you have to do a check on both. Is way 0 the check, the hit, or is way 1 the hit? And that decides what byte you will read from cache. It's kind of hard to explain, huh? This is a setup for having a minimal delay on doing a TLB check.
So the TLB just gets written to whenever there's a miss. At the same time you replace something in the register. You just add it to it, and if you evict something from the register, you can choose to evict it from here. But sometimes TLBs are larger than the cache space, so you can have just a separate like pseudo LRU cache controller for just the TLB.
Yeah, the TLB also works in usually in higher block sizes.
Yeah, much higher block sizes.
Yeah.
Yeah, like my caching that I'm using on my L1 cache are 16-byte lines, but the TLB and everything, the TLB and RAM work in 128-byte segments. So my caching lines are 16, but 128 for TLB and everything.
Are you familiar with this setup, Gio?
Something similar. I'm not having multiple ways though.
No.
Well, yeah, wait, no, I did decide. Yeah, I'm having 8 ways and 1 set.
That might get. Look, this memory always reads out like what it might be potentially, right?
Yeah.
So everything from this offset, it tries to find all the bytes in that offset, but you just don't know what byte you want.
Yeah, until you actually look up like your tag and everything to clarify.
Yeah. So you need to know what physical page it is and in what is it in what index in the cache is it. So you read out first and disable the ones that you don't need later. So this saves quite some time. But if you want to first know what the what the physical page is and where it is in cache, then you still have to read it out, and which costs extra time. So here it's read out, then decide later what byte you want from that.
Yeah,
readout.
so like a line buffer.
Yes.
Or a way buffer, I should say, since you're doing loading all your ways.
This really matters for loads. For stores, you have, well, quite a lot of time to deal with stores.
Yep, as long as you have a store buffer, which I have. Like I have 3 registers dedicated in my data loop to being to essentially being a store buffer cache. So when you do stores, if you get a match on any of your last 3 stores, you just use those registers.
Capo, is the Open Redstone channel meant to be streaming right now?
Yes.
Alright, yeah, I was just confused because it says moderator election debate and we're talking about cash.
I did update it. What does it say now?
Oh, probably because I haven't refreshed. It might update in a minute.
We're just streaming us talking about this, and and then I'm gonna load up my instruction set, put it on the side of the screen, and work on the MMU. Because, Koi, for my MMU, I'm actually making a miniature CPU with a dedicated instruction set that manages like that giant register, like that comparison register, the LRU. There's gonna be a manager for that, so I can nest in different things.
You should make a bot that whenever Open Redstone starts streaming, it says the Twitch link in chat, like in game chat.
That probably wouldn't be hard. What would be really cool is even having game chat linked to Twitch chat. So whenever you're live, the game chat just spams and spams.
They used to have that actually. Back in the day.
But I feel like you'd get severely limited.
Twitch chat. Yeah, there was a built-in like Twitch chat would appear in chat.
Because people say fuck and shit and all those other cuss words. And if you say any cuss words at all, you have to be labeled an SFW on Twitch. So
Seriously?
even if I don't say fuck that often or something like that, or if I say, because we do cuss a lot, if you cuss at all, you have to put that warning.
That's so sensitive. What the hell?
It just protects me, so that way, like the streamer, and they always suggest, if you're unsure, just always check that box. Because then if I say like fuck, and then someone like that realizes that, oh, you're not supposed to be hearing that language, that it's on you for clicking that box when you knew damn well you shouldn't be. It's not
At
on
least-
Yeah,
me.
it's also
I don't
I
have to
don't know
censor
who's.
myself.
If they were doing it for parents, why would you put your kid on Twitch anyways? If you're so worried
Exactly.
about
Like if your parent, because you can make accounts on Twitch.
it's
that
like
are child
YouTube.
accounts.
YouTube Kids exist, so why do they have to put so much limitations on what you can say or not say?
Yeah, like there's
I don't know.
you can make a kid's Twitch account and it doesn't even let anyone go to any like to any channels that are like adult quote unquote adult, which is just anything with cussing or anything like that at all.
YouTube doesn't. It's kind of is quite unlike Twitch as a the target group. Right. Twitch is all for people above 15 or 16, like.
Yeah, and I'm pretty sure
And
I'm gonna
I'm
say
pretty,
around 90% of that age group in the world now says.
pretty sure
cuss words.
all that YouTubers all kind of fucking whatever.
We should at least try to get 3 people in this stream, and I can stream for like 2.5 hours, and then we can get partner, or we can get affiliate. I mean, I just need like 2 more streams and to average at least 3 people on those 3 streams in the next like week, and then week and a half.
I
Then we
can
get
keep it
affiliate.
running in the background then.
You have to have it if it's muted, you're not a viewer. You have to have it at least like 1% volume, or at least 5% volume. I think it is in order for it to consider you as actually a viewer. But if you have like Firefox or Chrome like tab muting, then you can just set it to like
That's
the low and then mute the tab.
Extremely annoying.
Yeah.
I'll go on the internet then. I'll just use the twitch.tv link.
So, Gio, what did you say about altering the LRU with the instruction set?
So since I'm gonna have dynamic cache allocation or dynamic RAM allocation, so a single program can request, hey, I'm really RAM hungry, so can you please keep 8 of my pages in memory, or I'm not RAM hungry, so I only need one 128 byte page kept. So when you request more RAM files, you'll be able to add more and more values. So the system will manage saying, okay, how many values does these are my like 16 processes that I'm managing right now. These are the amount of cache values it has in my cache. And like it keeps track of allocations and like divvying up how much each program gets. So if program 1 is only allocated 4 blocks and it gets a miss, it's only going to replace its oldest 4th block. It's not going to replace the global oldest 4th block. So when you do context swaps and things like that, you don't have to completely like go into storage for every one of those, because your RAM is already allocated to the existing programs that are running. And I can have 32 pages in RAM, so I'm going to allow up to 16 programs to be running at once. If you want to like do anything else, like anything outside of a 16, you have to close one down.
All right.
Well, I'm off. So you guys have fun.
See you,
Yeah.
Swift.
Yeah, what I was usually thinking is with prefetching, where you can set some flags if you want to enable next block prefetch or past block, or previous block prefetch,
Yeah.
those things.
Why did you play with
Or
toys or
a
anything?
prefetch load. Those are all nice things to have, really. So you don't really want the load, you only want to really get the cache line in cache before you access it. You can't hear me?
I can. I'm trying to fix the stream.
All right. But for most of you out there, a TLB or MMUs are, well, kind of the next step thing. Like,
A lot of people are getting into caching and things like that. So like MMUs, if you're gonna get into caching and actually like more things you want in RAM, you need some form of virtualization and stuff. You want to do lots of shits.
so I would argue that in Minecraft, memory is limited, whereas in real life, it really isn't. Yeah, I know. One of the problems with the TLB is that it needs its own dedicated control and data saving. It's all beyond the core itself. So it needs an access to memory that's dedicated only for looking up the virtual pages, virtual to physical pages.
There you go.
Did someone break build?
I don't think so.
I can't do anything.
You guys see this? How hard is that to read?
Yeah.
Oh, no. Okay, there we go.
I have to approve watching it for my own self. That's so stupid.
Yeah, it's
Oh, that text is
Is that
so
a-
hard to read.
is that a blender? Sounds like a
Someone's
blender.
soul is getting sucked out by a Dementor.
or that, yeah. It's a vacuum. Oh, okay.
Pretty standard occurrence these days.
Oh, it's Tyler.
Hi.
Hi.
Gee, why are you streaming on the Twitch channel?
Because? Why wouldn't I?
Like, you just streaming while you're working on something?
I was talking about MMUs and stuff.
Why do I have Tyler's volume on 33%?
Because Tyler's a 33.
Wow.
A 1 out of 10. That bitch a 33.
Maybe you just didn't want to listen to me the last time I was talking.
Yeah, probably.
Oh my lord. The bad thing about like I need to turn off the automatic narrator options.
What about him?
I turned off. I had the automatic narration option.
That's so annoying.
What's wrong with it?
Well, it's really nice. I think it's Chrome feature, or it's like a Windows feature where no matter what you're in, it can narrate it for you. Like if you're watching a video, it automatically adds closed caption.
Oh, that. Oh, yeah.
Okay. Narrate and caption are like,
Yeah, those are different things.
Yeah, I got the word.
I was like, is it reading everything for you?
do you have the blind
no, I'm
setting?
just trying to. I can't remember how to turn it off. I'm
I
on the
am
menu.
so confused. What are these registers?
Don't you press shift 5 times for like sticky keys? Maybe it's in there.
I don't do follow for follow. I never follow for follow.
What's follow for follow?
So someone follows your Twitch and you follow their Twitch.
Gio, why are these
What
registers
the
set
heck
up
is
like
that
this?
following gif?
I'm about to let you know.
Is
Oh,
that-
yeah,
is that
you love the
mixed
follow,
into-
don't you?
That follow gif. That's amazing.
So these registers are super funky because they're a shift register. They're made for LRU cache control. Can you unhook me,
I
please?
was talking about the ones over where I am.
Paul, can you please stop with the pushing line?
These are really, really wonky.
Oh, this was me stacking them weirdly. This was my first cache layout. It was just gonna be a long strip, and I was like, I'm an idiot.
Well, the
So I made 'em
register
like this.
itself is super wonky.
That's Fearless's smallest 2-wide register. Smallest, there's still 2 tick.
I'd
Thank
say it's not
you.
mine, but I made a small modification.
Whose was it?
It was Amino's, of course, but
Oh,
yeah,
So you're
I
gonna
just
trade
added
with us?
the stuff at the bottom.
That thing's huge.
The other for the other design,
Oh.
Geo was kind of hard on stacking.
Wait, are these my red? Wait, no, these are 3-wide. What is this?
this
These are
is
some weird.
So these
door
are
read?
LRU shift registers. So
Oh, okay, yeah, that's
yeah,
the thing.
this side's a comparison. You broadcast down this bus, and it compares against all the values that are in the shift register.
Oh, that's cool.
And then over here is the readout for each one of the shift register values.
Broadcast down the school bus and read out from the.
I'm really happy with this bus crossing.
God, there has to be a
Which
better way to
one?
make these.
Right here.
Oh, that's kind of nice.
It was 1 block wider, and then Amino mentioned I could just put this block here, this redstone block, and it makes it work perfectly.
This kind of reminds me of a buzzing I had to do where I made a readable screen, and I used the fact that torches don't react with 1-tick signals, and I used signal strength 1. So there were 2 signals
What's up,
being carried
Shiva?
on the same bus, but one of them was signal strength 1, and one of them was a 1-tick pulse, so they didn't interfere.
That worked.
Janky, but okay.
Yeah.
Yeah. Also, guys, if you want a lot of XRs, you need a lot of diagonal.
Yeah. Nasty.
Yeah, you are.
Tyler, I would say no one asked you, but I always ask you.
AF capo for visitor. Yes.
Ask me what?
I was gonna say no one asked you, but that'd be wrong.
Ah. Okay.
Wait, is this a new plot, Capo?
This is that really big plot for poker stuff. I keep anytime I run out of space, I
Oh,
grab the plot
okay.
next to it.
Because it doesn't let me world edit on it, so it must not combine them.
Is it 3x3 or 4x4?
It's like 5x2 with like a 1
course
sticking
it
out one
is.
side and a 3 sticking out the other.
It's not very clean.
No, it's not at all. These are Nick's plots, and Nick was like, "Here, I was doing something over here, but if you're gonna do something big, use these." So then I got the OR account on and just claimed it by OR, so he couldn't yell at me for expanding it because it's not me. It's the server. The server's literally expanding its own territory.
Lol. We could just do another ring. Make another like 2 rings of plots.
So yeah, so
Mm.
like Builder, then Builder Plus, you get like a 4x4, and Builder Plus Plus, you get Builder Plus, you get 2x2, and Builder Plus Plus, you get 4x4 plots.
So engineer is still useless.
Yeah, Engineer's still useless.
Why don't we just like make engineer
I actually
4x4?
think engineers should get their own slash command. So any engineer, Smalley would get like slash small, or anything they wanted. It's just a TP command to them.
Yes, the perk of
No, Steve.
engineer, you get a TP thing, so people can TP easier to you
Yeah, how do
more
you
easily.
Bro,
What's this
slash capo
builder
is so
plot?
great.
Wait, respect isn't not enough?
I think so, but some people want perks. Eternal, I had 64 plots in the last world, so this is like nothing.
Lol.
Hey, that's the perk of being admin.
Yeah.
Well, when people would want to do like a big project, oh man, I want to try like building a GPU. I want to try building like a map display game. I'd be like, okay, so how many people are working on it? Oh, 3 or 4. All your plots full? And then if they were like somewhat full because map displays and shit took up a lot of space, I would just go to the edge of my current plot area, grab like 2 new plots, and then just trust them on those plots. Say, here you go, stick to these 2. You can change the floor so you remember which ones are yours, and then just fly away. Because then Nick couldn't get online and be like, why does this one person have 4 plots? Just I had them, and then the people knew that they could just use them.
Capo has 64 plots.
Yep.
No questions asked.
When
Are we
in
on
actuality, only
server?
like 20 of those I could build on.
I had 6.
He did have 6.
How
He
do I
tricked
get
us into getting a
64
lot of them.
plots?
He would ask one staff member to give him a plot, then ask another staff member to give him another plot.
The diagonal builds are the main issue.
You know what's hilarious, Gio? I'm pretty sure this cache, because it's so huge, the busing it takes to get to like the furthest register, if you use something smaller, it will be faster. I'm actually pretty positive.
Oh, that'd be cool.
Don't you think it would be easier if you use signal strength unary instead of like actual unary?
For what? For these?
Yeah.
And this is binary. This one's remade for binary. That's why it's an XOR, not an AND gate.
Where's the unary one?
Unary
Or
one's over here.
yeah,
The one
yeah.
hot.
Yeah.
Builder Plus is not a thing. We were just joking.
But how do I get Builder Plus?
If I still had easy like 1 command prefixes, I would make Tyler Builder Plus just to piss Nick off.
Wait, can we not do that now?
No, because all like Nixter locked out prefix commands. It's directly linked to your rank, and it can only be changed by the rank. So I have to build you an entire new rank and give it all the child permissions and parent permissions properly and all that bullshit in order to actually give you that properly.
Jesus.
And
Yeah,
the only reason Nick did that is because of me.
Yeah.
I had like
Dude,
I
a
gotta ask for admin again so I can do whatever I want.
I missed my furry rank.
I was badman forever.
I had like a double dot with a closing bracket. But
Yeah, you had some great
yeah.
ones.
You think Nick would mind if I built a plugin, overrode that lockout, and let admins set arbitrary prefixes?
Tyler, I will vote for you to join the admin team back if you do that for me.
I need a vote? I thought I just had to ask.
Well, you vote, you ask, and the currently seating admin. Well, if you're going up from a vet is an interesting role because if you only get vet if you're an old admin, not old mod. So if
Right.
you're an old admin, you can then be asked to either be promoted back to moderator or to admin. But if you go to admin, you have to get majority of both admin and moderator independently. Or if you just want to go to moderator, you just have to get overall majority. Just because the only difference between admin and moderator is SSH access. So the admin just have to be like, yeah, okay, fine, we'll give you SSH.
I mean, that would be like the entire point, right? That would be the only thing that I would actually care about.
Yeah, you wouldn't do trials or anything. You'd only want SSH. So you'd be an admin.
Geo, trust me on the plot.
How are you not trusted?
I have no idea.
I'm not trusted either, unless you just trusted me.
I trusted you the moment you said you weren't.
Oh,
Go for it.
oh, that's the wrong thing.
I need to expand, since I have a 32-bit address space, I need to make a hex register that attaches to the same like LRU register. So that way I can then associate the TLB lookup, like the translated address, and have it locally associated with every single one of these.
Oh, you mean the index that I talked about?
Yeah, the TLB. Since I'll have this top 5 bits monitoring the 32 pages that are in there, I'll have whenever you need to translate a table, you search for your PID and your address through this thing like normal, and then it outputs it'll output one of these lines, and that line will then go to will output the address that goes into that TLB.
Okay.
So that way I can then just go make sure that if I need to evict something, I have its eviction address right there.
I felt when I was reading some of the TLBs on modern processors, like
This
the
is some
PID
bullshit weak ass version of TLB. This is not a legit TLB at all.
I don't know, but what kind of took me as odd was that the PID isn't really integrated into a TLB.
Well, he doesn't need to be because you have your output addresses are always going to be unique.
That's true. Let's see
And since 64-bit address space is so large, and you have a natural RNG added to every offset, the chances of you like colliding are very rare.
How does your page tables? The page tables have PIDs in them?
What?
Why do your TLB entries have PIDs in them?
Tyler, you're being a meme right now, aren't you?
No, I'm not. I'm like x86 page tables don't have processes associated. I'm curious how yours work.
Oh, I'm associating PIDs with them just simply so I can keep less stuff in my RAM at one time to track all my virtual memory. So I'm only having to keep the individual page table associations that are related to a given process, not the entire hard drive at once. If you need something from another process, you then go into that process's page table, grab its page, and the only thing that's global is the bit vector that shows whether or not a given page in the entire memory address space is allocated or not.
So then why does the TLB have to know about processes?
Because it's looking up on virtual addresses. This whole I'm storing by virtual address with your PID as the extension, so I don't have. So the only time I do address translation is RAM to storage. You always use your own private virtual address through all layers of cache.
Right. But so I guess the benefit is you don't have to flush the TLB when you swap processes, or
yeah, because then I can say like if one process has 4 memory allocations to it in RAM, so it wants like 512 bytes of active RAM. I can then I can use this structure, look up that PID, and just clear out all 4 of those entries one by one until they're all gone. And then I know I have 4 completely unused sections of memory of RAM that I can then allocate to anything I need to.
Wait, why does the TLB know what's in use?
It's just to make it simpler and easier to manage on this scale. There's a lot of shortcuts and bullshittery that isn't normally done that's just done on this to make it actually work small.
I would have felt like because in the real world, all of that is left up to the software. I guess that's why you don't want to leave it up to the software.
Well, it's going to be like there is going to be a like for instance, this whole management system is going to be ran by a miniature CPU that you can then load in your own like boot code and your own routines into. So this is just more of like a TLB/RAM control acceleration unit that you would then just like load in the RAM. So the kernel could then modify the rules of different parts of it and modify different processes and sequences of operations and different things like this.
Sure.
But this is just a unit that's dedicated to that, so I don't have to constantly do full context swaps on the primary CPU when I'm just doing address translations, because I can grab some like my pages from storage that have my address translations on them, pull them into RAM, and then do the address translation on this like it's more of a DMA controller / MMU. Do all of that translation on that local core, so that way the main processor doesn't have to be. I don't have to do any context swaps and do any craziness.
Why would you need to do memory translation for processes that aren't running?
When you want to load them in, you just load that. What I'm saying is like if a given program actually has like 1 kilobyte of address space that's allocated to it out of the 4 gigabytes, but in RAM it currently only has 128 bytes. I need to be able to track everything. So if I need to expand that out to hold another one of those pages or remove one of those pages,
Very
just far
interesting.
less checks and it's a lot faster.
It sounds like it's just more check. So I guess I'm not.
MMUs are very interesting.
Right, because normally it would just be, I guess it would have to traverse. You're saving a lot of the traversals and page tables and.
Yeah, I just want to minimize traversal because my storage takes 150 cycles.
Sure, that's fair.
So like everything, all the random shit I do in like on OR CPUs, it's like a real world thing that's normally done either in software or hardware, and then just made into a hybrid type utilization.
That's interesting because it's about the latency that you get in the real world too, right? So it's like 300 cycles to RAM.
Yeah, that's what my goal is, to simulate the 4 gigabytes of storage being approximately like real world RAM speeds, and just have. Are you familiar with like any of the current research into like non-volatile RAM?
I'm familiar with the idea of it. I don't know any of the.
Yeah, where your process is essentially, if you want to have temporary memory, you have to allocate and then deallocate and stuff like that dynamically. And if you just crash, then you load back up in the exact same context you crashed in. So you have to have proper recovery protocols and different things. It's a lot more complicated when you have like real world systems that could crash. Right. But for this, my quote unquote RAM layer is more like an L3, and then I have an L2 that is like the intermediary, like just buffer space between L3, my quote unquote RAM, and L1. My L1 is directly attached to the CPU, and then the storage interface mimics real world RAM speeds, and that's what I kind of wanted to approximately get at, is about L3 to RAM speeds with my relative clock speed.
Interesting.
Very cool.
Was that Jaime that said that?
No.
Oh, that was Chi. Okay.
Except I'm probably echoing back from his computer that's in the other room.
He's muted a little bit. He's muted right now. That's why I wasn't sure.
You might be hearing me or you echoing back because his computer's in the other room without headphones in.
You're peaking pretty terribly, by the way.
Oh, that was because I was actually holding the webcam I was using as a microphone, kind of stupidly. Mostly because otherwise the only thing you would hear is my computer's fan.
Well, this sounds a lot better than it did before.
It did. It does.
Yeah, my CPU I'm sort of working on, still on OR, but also working on writing an emulator for now. I'm going around the whole issue of having an MMU integrated in the CPU. I'm kind of making it as an external thing that I can just plop in when the CPU has no clue it's there or not. And the only reason you can use it is because it basically it's just another device in the address space that you can actually access.
Wait.
Also, actually taking inspiration from RISC-V on how to do interrupts, so I don't have a big, huge, basically chunk of memory wasted on vector tables.
Who's Jira TV, by the way? Jiro. Old enough to know who Tucci is. I think we have like 43 followers, by the way. 44.
Ha.
I don't
Ha.
think I followed.
Can't even be bothered to follow his own Twitch channel. There you go, ladies and gentlemen.
I also realized that I kind of forgot to, or messed up when I was wearing the busing for my registers on this CPU I'm working on. I
did-
added a second decoder that I don't need. Because of the way I'm doing it, I'm having it to where I can just, like, I'm using like microcode type stuff. So I just put a single number in and then say either read or write. So I have an extra bus I need to get rid of.
I'm trying to look at something.
I'm also taking the weird idea of using a single bus with everything attached to it to connect the internal pieces of the CPU.
Sounds like the old type of processor.
Oh my god, I'm so special. I know who that is. Hi, Jiro. I'm specially special.
Oh, so later today I'm going on a radio direction finding thing.
Um, 20 minutes till voting starts, by the way.
Ooh.
So I'm gonna run down and show you how to do the voting, but I'm not gonna on stream, but I'm not gonna submit my ballot. So as soon as it starts, there's a video that's gonna be attached, a YouTube video that's gonna be attached to the post. However, if you want to see as well, I'm gonna do it on Twitch. And then if anyone wants to be a doll, they can clip the Twitch. And then we can also post that. Oh, that reminds me, I should really post up something in the announcement for Discord.
Who's gonna win?
By the way, working on some sort of C compiler for this CPU as well, mostly because I'm writing an emulator for it. And I'd like to be able to write in something other than pure assembly.
Okay. There we go. Okay, so I have everything set up. I just gotta hit post on this on the Uchimukulit on the Discourse forum post, and then hit enter in the ping of everybody. We're golden. One thing I'm thinking about is I definitely want to have like this MMU/DMA attached to like a memory map port that I can then send like an interrupt vector, like a command vector to from the main CPU. Like just read stuff into that port. And the kernel space can just like then control memory by allocating and deallocating and running that as like a coprocessor. The one question I have too is you have two. Oh yeah, we have the calc command, but I'm too lazy. So if you have 8 on the first layer, the next layer gives you 8 to the 8, which is 64. You have 64 to the 8th. It gives you 512 pages.
How big are your pages?
128 bytes. Then I have 33 million pages of total that I can allocate. Because I have 25-bit address space of usable page address. Because 32-bit address minus the 7 bits.
You support recursive page tables?
Yes. That's what I'm doing recursive bit vector allocations.
Hey.
Well, fuck, I need to go to a 9th layer in order to actually do it using 8-bit values. I need to go 9 layers deep in order to allocate all 4 gigabytes of memory. However,
It's gonna be a fun page table.
but the fucked up thing about that is that allows me to get actually like 16 gigabytes of storage, not 4. I should just go with 4 anyway. With that anyway.
I mean, it gives you 2 extra bits that you could do something else with.
Yeah, but in my bits that I'm storing in game are going to be in hex, so I was already going to have the upper hex bit only be a 1 or a 0 of a full hex. So that just changes that 1 to a 0, 0, 1 being 1, 2, 0, 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Fuck it, I'm going to message Stack and tell him that I'm going to change the bit width.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, crazy question. Why do you need so many bits? If you want to keep the ALU that wide, well, I used to know your ALU is 8 bits. So.
Yeah, my ALU is 8 bits, but my allocation system is going to be in hex.
Like, freaking, even x86 doesn't have a 64-bit address width, so kind of crazy. Or was it 32 or 64? Wait.
This is going to be 30. Well, technically, the total thing would be 34 bits of address space if I did it this way.
But still, why? Are you going to build 4 gigabytes of Minecraft RAM and run programs that need that much space?
No, I'm doing 4 kilobytes of the highest level memory, and then if you're looking at the stream or if you TP, I'm having Stack with MCHPRS, high performance redstone stuff, giving me an interface that this top line's my system clock.
Mm-hmm.
This bottom one is me saying, "Hey, I'm giving you data," and this one's the server telling me it's giving me data. And what I do is I send in like a 4-byte command, which would be a command plus 3 bytes with the extended address bit. It's in binary, and those get sent into here, and then I wait. Then I wait for 128 cycles because it's the bit width. My total effective bit width times 4 in cycles is that's the delay we're going to be using.
Yeah.
So that way, if I have 32 bits, it's going to be a minimum of 128 cycles after I first start sending my command to where I get my first byte of data back. And then it streams in 2 tick per bit, 128 bytes. So it takes like 16 or I think 32 cycles to transfer that entire thing. Yeah, 32 cycles. So it spends additional 32 clock cycles sending in that data and putting it into RAM. So the DMA MMU thing that I'm making will have this as one of its like quote unquote like registers. Like its 0 register is going to be this interface.
But that doesn't answer my question, right? Why do you need so many bits? Why not do like 16 bits of RAM and still have 65 kilobytes of?
Because on MCHPRS we can go like kilohertz, so I want to have all the bits.
Mm.
But yeah, because I want lots of address space, and I want to be able to just keep adding programs and like go bigger with programs and not have to worry about it.
Well, good luck with your 9-level page table.
It's not going to be that bad. Every
It's
layer
gonna
is
be
3 instructions. On my current
It's gonna be
CPU,
4
I could do that. I could do
Yeah.
9 layers in like 30 cycles.
Well, it's not about. It's about like maintaining them. I don't know. I find setting up 4 levels of page tables to be a huge pain in the ass in the real world. But
They're
You know-
actually really easy. I have a diagram over here on how I'm going to be managing them. I'm still flying to it. Don't even bother yet.
all right.
These plots are huge. I'm still flying. Okay, I'm finally here. So this is like my allocation table. Like this is a 2-layer deep allocation system. This is 64 pages tracked with 1 bit each saying whether or not it's being taken. And the individual colors would be in each one of those programs. They would have their own page table that points to what pages are allocated to them. Like in a private use vector that they can't access. It'd be like where their entry pointer is in storage. So if their 0 points to this line in storage and their stuff is up here, the first byte, the first page below this is going to be kernel access only of these page tables. So when you're going in here, when you allocate something, if you need to look in this, you do a priority encode on this bit vector that I'm standing on to find the lowest, to find the highest one. And since this right here is the LSB, up here the highest one would be this top bit, because there is free space in this byte here. And then you would do the same exact then you would use this address. Oh, this is address 7. Okay, I'll go to the address 7 into this vector. So I look in this vector and I do this highest one on this value. So this one returned a 7, so it gives me 3 1s as my address. And then I look in here, I do the highest one again, and this one is, again, address 7. So I would then take address 7. I shift this up and concatenate, and now my address is 111 111. And I flip this because I allocated here. And then the next time I check, it then gets a 111. But on the second one, it gets a 110 because that top one's allocated.
So they're not.
And then I would do it again, and it would skip one there, so that would be 0 7 6 5 4.
But that doesn't sound. It sounds like an allocation. That doesn't sound like a page table.
Yeah, you can use them for each other.
How does it know? Like, do you have actual virtual mapping?
Yeah, the virtual mapping is that's all taken care of in the wrapper for this, and then the translations before and after this table.
Okay.
This is just how I manage
I'm not
allocation.
worried about this, right? The thing that I'm saying is a pain in the ass. It's like maintaining sets of page tables for every process, especially that deep.
Yeah, it is going to be a bitch.
It's like one of the largest modules of my kernel is trying to do that for the real world one.
Yeah, the kernels, 90% of the kernels are just memory management, bro. It's just how do I interface with memory and I/O.
Well, and drivers, but
That's
Yeah.
memory and I/O.
Yep.
Because you have to implement just a security protocol for memory and I/O, and then enforce it. And from there, you can then do all your driver. You can build your drivers on that security stack.
Well, you don't. I mean, you don't have to do. You do have to interface with the memory mapping.
Like for instance, I have kernel protected hardware access, like peripheral access. So when you call your given program up, there's a vector of bits that gets loaded up as a port mask vector. And if you at any given time try to send data to any port that's currently masked off, that the IO system detects that, takes your PID and pushes that PID to an interrupt vector as a second half of a byte, as a second byte to a 2-byte interrupt vector. And the first byte says, "Hey, this is my port ID, and this is the code for invalid access." So that way, the next time the kernel, even if the
What it is.
so if that program wants to send like 100 bytes out to that port and it doesn't have access, it sends all 100, and then the next time the kernel has access, it checks the interrupt vectors and it goes, "Oh, all that stuff you did failed," and it would go back and let the program know, or to see if you can open up that port.
Really, it doesn't like jump to the fault vector or anything.
It can generate a fault vector. It generates a fault vector, and then I'm still deciding whether or not like hard interrupts will cut the program and immediately jump to the kernel, or if I just wait till the current watchdog expires.
How would you not? For IO, sure, you can just like absorb them.
Yeah, for IO, I just absorb them. For memory, it's a fault.
Okay, but there's a lot of other stuff that you like must always jump out, right? Like, let's say you try to read from a port you can't read from. Well, what are you supposed to give them?
Yeah, exactly. You just fault out from that because they don't have permission. And you just like freeze the context, go to kernel, and then you can check, oh, is this actually a public, like, is this a public port, something that was not properly set up, or can I contact that driver and say, hey, that port's for, just a random example, a network driver, but that network driver internally has a list of programs that can access it that the kernel doesn't. And goes, yeah, no, that program's good. It's on my list of approved programs. So we can go, okay, here you go. Then updates that mask for that program, and then gives the program back control, and then restores it to the instruction before that fault.
That's like backwards.
Well, that's just like the fault. Like I want to have fault handling in the kernel just in case if like there is a public port or something like that. Because when you first load up a program, you're not going to have any access to anything. You have to request all your accesses, either on install time or during initial runtime. And you can do that by doing that, like just forcing a read on a port, and that forcing a read on a port, like, is the way you call the kernel and request access for the first time.
Do you have system calls? Just like
I do, but that's just an easy way to force an interrupt to get, to speed up the process.
Okay.
I see you've discovered a fun conversation. How's it going, Captain Tyler?
Yes, it's very.
Oh, hi, RSW.
Hello.
It's been a while.
We're on Twitch, by the way.
Wow.
So
hi,
Twitch.
Twitch.
To hear your voice again.
I'm so sorry, Internet. If I had known.
You would have brushed your teeth and made your voice all sparkly.
I don't think there's anything I can do for this voice, but if there's a cough drop, I'll take it.
That's fair. That's fair.
Even worse, I still have my freaking 12-year-old voice on YouTube from really early, maybe 14-year-old voice. It's not something I want to revisit.
Oh, those videos are great. That was what got me like interested in the first place. You were my inspiration.
All right, I'm very happy about that. But I will say I had a very different kind of inspiration. My inspiration was the guy who built that massive what the heck, hack something from NAND to Tetris CPU in Minecraft, and I got so mad at the poor design of it, I started making videos.
Bro, you have no idea how many things online have started with me doing that exact thing. Like me just seeing a YouTube video of like, so go, look at this CPU or look at this hard drive. And I'm like, bro, it's piston tape. Stop it.
No, it was. So you got mad at that guy for doing bad design, and then I saw it was your CPU your replacement for it. And I went, God damn it, he didn't provide a download link, and I desperately want to play with this. Better learn how to
I
build
was
one.
so mad that you didn't do that, RSW. I was on
Oh,
that same
fuck.
video and like, what the fuck? Because I wanted to learn from it, and I couldn't download it and just play with it.
But
Oh man, that never
I then
occurred
learned
to
how
me.
to build one, so it worked out.
It was on when I first joined RDF. It was on there. I made sure it was uploaded. I just never.
Yeah.
Oh man, that never occurred to me. Fuck.
I found it later, but
It was too late by then.
well, yeah, by that point, because RDF was whitelisted, right? By that point, I had passed my trial.
Yeah. Also, I think it was the internet FTW for the original design. By the way, I should pull up those videos. Man, okay.
Like,
It's wonderful discovering all these really old things I've forgotten about.
Who remembers Nail?
Repeat that.
Who remembers Nail?
Oh, Neo.
1
Neo?
minute.
No. Nail, like the game thing. A few people on the RDF every now we'd go play on some server thing.
Nail or
I do
Neil?
remember sometimes we would go to a faction server and try to build a computer and survival, but that's about it.
God, I remember running the school faction when we had a faction server on the school server for a while. That was a disaster.
Guys, it's time.
Was it voting time?
Yeah, I'm posting it right now.
Voting time. Wait, hold on.
It's moderator elections day. They built a very fancy plugin. If you type /vote in a few minutes.
Yeah, I have to do I'm doing the start command now.
Can I vote for Tyler?
Wait, is Capo like an actual vote?
Capo is not a vote.
No, that's an example
darn
video.
it. I thought you were nominated though, Capo.
You'd be proud. The admins here, they've like grown up. They had a debate. They built like a
Yeah, I saw that.
stadium, and they had all the moderators come, and on Twitch they asked questions, and there was like a redstone clock with a 45-second statement timer. It was very professional.
Wonderful. I love it.
Oh my goodness, so many messages and announcements.
Is numero quattro. Hey, look at that. My current ballot.
Oh, this is actually cool.
Nick has discovered the wonders of Kotlin, so his plugin has increased.
Except for the fact that you can move the bottom person down, it's all
Yeah.
good.
Out.
No, you should be able to. That means you don't vote for them.
Oh, you can actually do that? Oh,
Yeah,
that's actually...
they're off the ballot. Watch the video or read the damn post.
I don't...
Bro,
I don't...
what the hell?
I don't do instructions. I'll figure it out. It is kind of annoying with chat typing, and
Yeah.
No, it should block out chat.
yeah, it does. But then when I scroll down to look at chat, it kind of like is annoying. But yeah,
It's also more. Is it more than there? No, it's not more than there are lines.
Yeah, there's just a lot of people. I'm not actually doing a real vote because I'm on Twitch.
Wait, is this a ranked choice voting?
Yeah, ranked choice. We're gonna be uploading it outputs to a database, and then we're going to one of those websites that actually calculates all your the votes for you in different formats. And then there's a big chat between like 5 or 6 different people online about which one they decide on would be the most fair for everybody to use. So we're just gonna have the website run it for us, and Nick's plugin that he made outputs the exact like file format that it needs to.
Nice.
So we can publicize that, and everybody can.
So if you press the green checkmark button, it saves your results, and then you can do /vote again to get your list back up.
Yeah.
And then /confirm vote to submit.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
So yeah, we now have elections. I like this. This is my favorite election we've done so far. We had the debate. We got a good voting thing where no one has to go online to vote. They can just do a command. Oh, and then let me post this in the game. There you go. If you want information on the candidates.
It doesn't go anywhere. Chad, it broke.
No,
No, it goes
The
somewhere,
first
bro.
one. Right there.
Click the links.
Doesn't let me click on it.
Oh, the second one. No, they both work.
They both work.
They do?
Yep.
Yeah.
Is it just me?
Can confirm.
It might just be me. I'll go to Discord and
Your graphics card is probably failing. You should buy a 3080.
yeah, good luck with that.
Well,
But really, which of the candidates support single payer? Because I had to sign up for health insurance recently, and it just took way too long.
May 8th? That's so long from now.
2 weeks.
That's like 2 weeks.
Why?
How am I supposed to know what happened?
You can finish your betting, then you can just kick them off.
Get on 2 weeks from now.
And I have to hack the server and go into the database.
I'll wait till he wakes. What did Meme do to break his ballot?
That's just mean. That was going to happen no matter how good the coding was.
Well, I mean,
Meme was gonna break it.
he put all your vote ends up in the chat or in the console log, so he can bring it back.
Oh, by the way, we're most likely going to be publicizing all of the ballots, but we're gonna make them all anonymous, so you can just pretty much go through and confirm. Oh yeah, that I remember voting these people in this order. That's me. So you can see everyone there, and if people really get bitchy about it, they can go through and like try to find the people who voted for which one and actually validate that they're all the right people. But everything's gonna be
hold up. Why am I only getting messages from Chad?
Because the IRC messages come through Nothing else.
I know,
comes
but
through.
there's nobody else.
I
You're
know
probably
because Chad is
about
through IRC.
either say X or check, or you don't.
Well, I did that,
Well,
and
you're fucked. Good luck.
What do you have? What's currently going on for you, Fearless?
this is very so at the top of my thing it says your current submittable ballot shown
Yeah.
below the candidates, and then click here to modify your ballot, and then
Yeah.
run.
You
Oh, do I
you have
press
to either click there or you do /confirm.
Oh, so I can press the X, but it saves my
You can
stuff,
do the
right?
check and then you can do the X.
Okay,
and-
because I don't want to vote now.
yeah, I don't. If
I
you
just
don't want to
wanna-
vote now, just click the X.
Okay, I was.
If you would have read the post, Fearless, it's
Probably,
literally
yeah.
in there and in the video.
It's
We have
okay,
two
there-
different forms.
There's people.
ban, right? If you can't read the directions, then you don't get to chat anymore forever.
Yeah, I can go
That's
go
why.
with that.
That's why I couldn't click the links.
Uh-huh.
Wait, because you didn't know how to follow directions, so the links didn't work?
No, like it didn't let me click links while I was in that weird thing.
Oh, yeah, because it blocks out chat.
Yeah. I still got the messages because it was from Chad, but they didn't do anything. I also saw, like, if somebody left or joined the game, that message popped up, but that's just Minecraft stuff.
Yeah. You remember back in the old days when you had to
Sorry,
write
chat.
the choices yourself and then message them to the admin in the MyBB forum? That was
Yeah.
fun.
It was so bad. It was so because I had to manage that for like 5 elections and actually be the person that read through the messages and add them to a spreadsheet, and then like posting them, doing the initial count, and then posting them for like at least one other admin to go through and validate that I didn't just bullshit the count.
Yeah.
And then finally, which would take days at sometimes to happen, and it would be so long. But now it's just, oh, do a command, get done. Boom.
Yeah, I did that for one or two. I think I wrote a Python script because it was a long time ago.
It's been 3 years since we've had our last election, by the way. Like 2.5, 3 years.
Has it been that long? I feel like all the mods and admins have resigned, basically, right? I feel like none of
There's
the
only
ones that-
6 staff members right now.
Jesus. Build enough plugins, the server runs itself.
Well,
Okay.
also our community is very, very much self-regulating. Like even if like someone were to like break one of the alternate rules of like saying some really fucked up shit in chat and like going way further than they should, like everyone, like the majority of the other people in chat go, whoa, hold on, don't fucking say that shit, and like everyone else gets on them, so it's very like self-regulating.
Nick, I'm banned.
I was thinking about if there is like some new visitor coming around that the builders could hold a vote for them to kick the visitor if all the builders or if enough builders vote, then a 10 ban or something.
I feel like we have too many builders that would just do it for the meme.
Yeah. You'd just be like, oh man, this person asked if they could do doors. Guys, vote,
Yeah, and
vote,
yeah.
kick.
Yeah, they do it. Yeah, they do it for the meme.
I know,
and
because
then-
I would probably be tempted if this was
Yeah,
me
I
like
would
2
probably
years
do it
ago. I'd be
too.
doing it all the fucking time.
A good idea. RSW evaluate trial. It just like figures out like
There is one message. That is the only message.
There's only one.
Alternatively, you never tell anyone the criteria, and you literally just count the complexity, the number of distinct blocks, and the amount of redstone, and then grade them based on that.
we could use machine learning, right? You have a
Yeah.
work
Yeah.
that
just-
take a configuration of blocks and then we train it on accepted trials and failed trials until it learns to classify.
Even
And then-
better.
Well,
Since
trials
we made,
now
like,
are
a-
even weirder than they were back then.
Even better.
Or you
what we
have
can
like
do.
we make like a redstone contraption that they paste the thing into and it like test it.
Yeah. I've thought of hardware in Redstone. It's fun. But
So we need like
yeah,
an
no,
ALU test bed.
Yeah, an ALU tester.
That'd be really fun to make actually.
I think
Wouldn't be
Les
too hard.
was making one, but it didn't look like it was finished.
That'd be something fun to do on stream.
Yeah.
Would you guys believe also a third of the staff team is in this voice chat?
You would have to.
If there's 6
Leo's
people,
more.
that just means 2. So
Yeah, me and Koi.
If you wanted to test an ALU, you'd have to test a specific like instruction set.
Well, no, because every ALU usually has like invert A, invert B, flood carry, flood carry or CN.
So they just have to like testing probes of
Yeah,
the
they just plug in the
tester.
wires into it, and then they set like they just like flip a switch whether or not it's like CLE or like so if it's like ripple or not ripple, so that way it knows like whether or not it can like go fast or not go fast.
Yeah.
I guess I've made some weird ALUs with weird control lines that can still do everything, but like. Have to
Well, I
use
mean,
certain-
what you could do is you could have like a little program, like it could be like microcode. You could just run through like a script of like it just loops through like loops through all like possible input, like random input combinations, and just validating what it would do. Like you could do like, hey, you flip all the switches of this ALU. Like this ALU has these control lines on it, and then it goes through and it tests what those control lines would allow it to do. But you'd have to have like
Yeah,
a
we
huge
wouldn't-
like decision tree on it.
You wouldn't be able to test all the inputs because that's like
You'd
a
have to like
lot.
randomly. You have to
Yeah.
just have an RNG go for it, and then have an ALU that you know works as a test dummy, and just compare the outputs.
Yeah. Or you could
might
just do
also
like a
want
set number of
kids.
inputs
That actually wouldn't be that bad because then you could just have like
and you know the outputs. Yeah, like a ROM of inputs that like test different aspects of the adder.
like the
carry
ROM of
logic.
control lines, and then you just have an RNG that just like gives like some random numbers in, and then so you can compare against that. Then it could just so that way you would know someone couldn't just make something to bitch like the same 3 values we always put in.
Oh yeah, that makes sense.
Because that would be something I know a lot of people would dedicate trying to do. Oh, we know we always do 3 plus 6, 4 plus 2, and 9 plus 2. Okay.
I like 5 plus 3.
I plus 3.
5 plus 3.
Oh, 5 plus 3 and 3 plus 6 are really good ones.
Yeah.
Also appreciate that if you have enough tests, it's literally worth it just to build the AOU. But if you only have a few, you could just hard code them all.
Yeah, I
Yeah.
think I would want to use ALU
Or
so
if
we
you
could do
didn't
random
know,
numbers.
or if you didn't know the inputs, you'd have to make the ALU.
Yeah.
or even if you wanted to, even if you didn't know the inputs, you could just build a giant ROM instead of an ALU.
Well, then that's basically an adder.
I want to try to like convince enough people on the server to work on this so I don't have to. So I can keep working on my project, Pissa, and then they can get someone else to go work on it.
Well, I mean, it's not very complicated.
It's not. It's just an ALU with a comparator, and then you just have
It's
to.
an
have
ALU
pins.
comparator and 2 RNG.
Yeah.
Actually, if you're really interested in automating trials, what you could do is you could have, instead of actually implementing this in Redstone, you could have a plugin that implements this kind of test software. So
Yeah,
it
you
plays
just have
toward-
like test pins. Matthew made that, aka Data, who just joined. He has a plugin that does that.
Right. So what you could do is you could have a series of prompts. And if you had like 16 of them, people wouldn't really be able to train for the prompts specifically. So they'd have to just have pretty good general knowledge. And then you could give them like a test set of inputs and tell them where they went wrong for letting them verify their work. And then you could have them do a final test and it could be automated. And if they passed, I mean, hell, they did it. For example, a multiplier.
Yeah, also, not everyone builds an ALU for their trial.
Right.
That's a lie.
Basically, I'd say 99%.
I did do a multiplier for trial, and it took me 3
Yeah.
hours, and I didn't finish, but I still passed.
Right.
I did analog data trip.
Nice.
I thought about doing a multiplier. I had built a multiplier in my
Yes, I did too.
EDev, Tyler, and RSW were the 3 people on during my trial. Just
I made a
jumping on it.
multiplier in a testing world, but it would literally take up half the trial testing plot.
So, you guys probably remember my trial day because it was me and then Tucci were trialing at the same time. But then there was a third person that trialed right after me, and he tried to build an ALU. But I'm gonna on stream right now try to demonstrate what this was, and you guys ended up making this into a like a machine that just spit out like golden redstone onto people. So like
Wait, did
this
he
was
try to
his like
bribe
form
us?
of decoder. Like he had a row of like for his
What the
ALU he
heck
had
is
really
this?
weird logic, and so like for instance for a decoder that he would have, it would be
Oh no.
you'd have like that,
Oh,
that,
this.
and that would be your output, and then
Oh
all this would be powered from
no.
below.
What?
No, no,
So this was
no,
this was
no.
the trial, and this dude was like, this dude was a champion because he didn't understand why people were like, just don't do this, just don't ever do this. But then after someone explained it to him, he was like, oh, I see why you told me not to. And he was such a good champion, and he ended up like going to be student for a little bit and ended up becoming build. I don't remember who it was, but like this was their first thing, and they had a huge rat's nest of wiring connecting like inputs and outputs of ALUs, and they failed their trial at that time, but they ended up passing. Like
Wait, why do they have a decoder in an ALU?
I don't remember because I don't think they understood what an ALU was.
Yeah, like what?
I don't.
If you made an 8-bit decoder like this, that would just be torture.
Yeah, because you'd have to do something like this. And it would just
Oh
be
my
so
gosh.
nasty.
Oh my gosh.
The first like logic gates I ever built were not this. I had like a whole bunch of wires going into a single block with a torch on it, and they definitely didn't fit at all. So I think I was trying to. I don't know what I was trying to build. But I had a display on one side, and I had these wires like wrapping over and around. Yeah.
I still have the first RAM I built. That was like the first thing I built was like some RAM. It was huge and ugly.
I wish I still had that single player world that I did a bunch of redstone like experimentation in before I joined the RDF.
I actually have it on my plot, I think.
Really, the only thing I saved was the floating point adder. I still have a bunch of pictures from my application.
Yeah, this was my first RAM, which was kind of the first thing I built. It was like 4 by 8 by 4, which isn't bad per bit.
When I did a trial, I had someone else that I looked for on his own single server. He had like all the like a main bus where all the functions were like a debugs. And I told him not to trial with that, but he did it anyway.
And did he win?
No.
So we have an option. I'm going to link this in game, but I can also play the video on stream.
I think proper English trialed me way back in the day.
And Capo trialed me. I failed 3 or 4 trials. Fucking piece of shit.
Back when the trial
Get
plots.
wrecked, Matthew. Get
Capo,
wrecked.
Did you trial on the old like iron plots that were floating way above?
I remember when those became a thing.
Those freaking trial plots that people would accidentally world edit and crash the server like once a week.
Oh my god, is that the actual redstone warrior?
Why, hello.
I
Hi,
remember
fancy
that. That
meeting
was
you
so
here.
fucking funny.
Sorry, hello, data corruption. I didn't hear that.
I'm just saying hi. It's nice to meet you.
It's nice to meet you as well. Although I'm afraid I may not remember you for the hordes of people who I do not remember. It's very hard to distinguish these hordes.
So I'm gonna say I'm a cool one because he remembers me, but also I'm gonna play
For
the
the
video
horde.
through the stream. Oh wait,
See, I say,
I don't even have desktop audio.
I say-
streaming.
I say I remember Capo, but I just say that to make him feel cool. I don't remember shit.
Well, the other side of it is, do you remember people
In the main
because they
video, I
were
went
a
through a
good
couple of quick
influence
little
and stoke
examples
good
of
memories, or do you remember
elections,
people
but
who were
in this
bad
extra video,
influence
I
and
want to
stoked
take
bad
a
memories?
bigger election and go
Oh
through
man,
it in a
I
little
remember
bit more
different people
depth
for a
so that
variety
you
of
can
reasons.
see how an
Like I remember
STV
Cutlass, for
election
example.
unfolds. In this case, we are going to have
Oh,
10
God.
For English,
candidates, and there
Anomalous
are going to
Cobra,
be
Tyler,
5 seats
Nixter,
for representative open. So that
just
means each candidate
a lot
needs
of
to
people
get
for a lot of reasons.
$20%
Turning chat down.
to win. So citizens
Like,
go
so I
off
never
to the
got to
polls,
meet
and their
Cutlass.
first choice results come in as
Sorry,
follows. Tarsier gets 5%, Gorilla
Like, I
gets
got here, like,
32%,
right
Silverback
after.
gets 3%, Owl gets 33%, Turtle gets 1, Snake gets 1, Tiger gets 16, Lynx gets 4, Jackalope gets 2, and Buffalo gets 3. Now what we can see here is a situation that is very often the case in real elections with STV, that there are 2 or 3 parties with a lot of support, in this case Gorilla, Owl, and Tiger, and there are a bunch of parties that have less than 5% of the vote. So let's see how this works out. First, Gorilla and Owl get awarded the seats because they have both crossed the threshold required to win. Both candidates have more votes than they actually needed to get in, which means they have more support among the population than just their one candidate can provide. So you take a look at which candidate has the biggest surplus of votes first, and redistribute those. So Owl has 32%. She has the biggest surplus. Her voters' second choice is the most important thing to figure out, and in this case it is Turtle. Next up, Gorilla has a surplus of votes. Now, up until this point, we've been pretending that all citizens in the animal kingdom vote in exactly the same way, but in real elections, voters don't all agree on what their second choice is, and so Gorilla voters, it turns out, are split between Tarsier and Silverback for their second choice. There are very many ways to try to resolve this situation of what happens when second choice votes are split, but to simplify a little bit, we can just say that the votes are distributed proportionally. So in this case, 2-to-1, voters like Silverback over Tarsier as their second choice. So that is how the votes get distributed, bumping Silverback up to 11 and Tarsier up to 9. At this point, nobody has a surplus of votes anymore. Nobody's over the threshold, so we start eliminating biggest loser first. In this case, that is Snake. Snake was never going to win, and so those votes go to Snake voters' second choice, which is Turtle. Next up, Jackalope is the biggest loser. Now, what happens here is Jackalope voters only like Jackalope. They don't like any other candidate. They think everybody else is equally as bad and only Jackalope is awesome. So they just put a 1 next to Jackalope on their voting ballot and nothing next to anybody else. What happens in this situation is Jackalope votes are actually just removed from the election at this stage. Their voters have said that they don't care if Jackalope doesn't win. So it's almost like they didn't vote. Next up, Buffalo is eliminated. Now, his voters put Jackalope as second choice, but since Jackalope has been already eliminated, his votes can't go there. In STV, it does matter that you're able to get a certain number of people's first choice votes. Sometimes people criticize the system for that, but I don't think it's unreasonable to consider that first choice votes matter more than other votes. Since Buffalo voters can't give to their second choice, 2/3 of Buffalo don't care at this point. They wanted Buffalo or Jackalope, and they don't like anybody else. And 1/3 of Buffalo voters back Turtle. So Turtle's gotten another little slice of 1%, bringing him up to 16, and tied with Tiger. But the next biggest loser is Lynx. Lynx votes go to Tiger, and Tiger is selected as the next representative for reaching the voting threshold. Next biggest loser is Tarsier. Sorry, Tarsier. Tarsier at this stage has votes both from citizens who selected her as their first choice and candidates who selected her as their second choice after Gorilla. So when these votes are redistributed, some of them are going to their second choice and some of them are going to their third choice. But simians stick together, and so towards Silverback is where they go, and Silverback is elected as the next representative. Finally, the question is what to do with Turtle. Turtle is the next biggest loser and hasn't reached the threshold, but there are 5 seats open in this election. The rule under most STV systems is that if you have 1 seat open and you have 1 candidate remaining, even if they didn't quite reach the threshold, they still get in. And so Turtle is elected as our final representative.
If we jump back to the beginning, we can see that this has turned out to be a pretty good result. Our biggest sections of the population were gorilla and owl, and they ended up getting both their first and second choices. Tiger and lynx were the next biggest sections of the population. They got one of their choices. A lot of parties agreed that they were okay with turtle as their next choice, and those votes prevented turtle from getting eliminated on any particular round, and so turtle 2 is a representative.
Yeah. Okay, this is fucking cool. What's this?
There it goes! I made a 2D version of a greedy cup siphon recently, and Matt Parker suggested that I might be able to build a water computer by chaining together.
Oh my god, it's like they make videos for us.
Maybe I could use these siphons to add numbers together. Computers add numbers by chaining together a series of logic gates. For example, these logic gates add 2-digit binary numbers together. I'll get into the details of that diagram later, but what are the logic gates made out of? Well, in a computer, they're made out of transistors, but they don't have to be. If you're
messy, because I went for the vertical design, so the bits are stacked horizontally.
You're familiar with Matt,
the registers are stacked vertically, so I don't have to turn any cable and such. And I've just tried to make it the most compact design, and yeah. So the problem I have is, like, how is there any way to connect okay, this is a bit hard to explain. Okay, I'm gonna send another screen capture so I can explain better.
What's your in-game name?
Huh?
Are you on the server?
No, I'm in a local world.
I'm
Hold on.
guessing you want to know how you would want to bus your upcode or
Wait, I can hear you.
upcode
Hold on.
decoder.
Hold on, I'm increase your volume. Okay, now.
So I'm guessing is how you want to bus your upcode ROM or what?
Yeah. So
to your
so
control lines, right?
yeah. So the block on the left is just to decode a 6-bit signal onto one of the 50 instructions. So yeah, it's my opcode.
Yes. Well, they're kind of all over the place, your control lines, right?
Yeah.
All the blue blocks. What I would suggest is to use 2 ROMs.
Okay. And
well, see, if you have just one ROM, then you would have a row where every output is every 2 blocks, and if you did that, then you're.
I mean, no, it's like it's stacked. So there are like 4 lines or 4 ROMs stacked onto each other.
Yes.
But the indexes will be continued, meaning that you start from the bottom left and you keep going to the right, and then you go up and you do the same until you reach the end.
The
I mean, seen from the perspective on the photo. Like you would go from right.
What do the red blocks mean in the white unit? What do they represent?
What is this?
These blocks that are like those 4 blocks, they are just to block the signals, so that I can choose when to fire the instruction. Forget about them; they are just redundant.
Oh, they are the instruction ROM.
Yeah, like yeah, that massive block that it's on the down left corner, that is the instruction ROM. It's not configured yet. I don't have any values in, but
Are you...
it is. No, continue.
Are you familiar with instruction set?
I mean, I've written one here. Hold on. I've written it in a notepad. Hold on.
Hi, Sammy Memes.
I may send you. Alright.
I don't know who Sammy Memes is, but hi. Fun name to say.
It's a bit bad written, so maybe you don't understand it well, but I'll try to tidy it up. Tidy up. By the way, forget about the specs because I've not updated them. Just focus on the instructions. Also, I'm gonna send you a screen capture of the front so that you can see. The front is basically just torches that I want to connect each component to. Hey, there you go. I'm trying to do this so that it has like, 10 registers, but it occupies an area of, I don't know, 6 chunks or something. Quite small. It's also got on the bottom sleep functions and things like, for example, if and else and go-tos. But I've not designed the programming board yet. Well, I mean, I get an idea, but not done yet. I mean, now that I think about it, yeah, it has to be messy because the instruction ROM or the opcode ROM, it's not like it's regular, it's tidied up, but the blue blocks or the inputs for each component are a bit like they don't follow a pattern. They're just on random places that match to the internal architecture. So I guess, yeah, it has to be messy. Like,
Look, if it was just a ROM with a natural output, where every output is 2 bytes apart,
yep,
then the total ROM size would be too big, right? Or not?
the total root. No, I mean,
It would be too wide. Like, if you have, how many control lines are there?
so there are. If you're talking about torches like outputs, how many opcodes?
No, the
No?
blue blocks that are not part of an address or something. Like they are ALU control or write control or those kind of lines.
So I mean, there are 10 blue blocks that go directly to the ALU.
Mhm.
Then there are 5 blocks that go to RAM control, everything that has to do with the RAM index and
Yes.
instruction for setting. And then you've got all the middle blocks which go to each different register. Now, next to the register, there are 2 lines that go down or on up. So, I mean, the way this computer works is you've got what I call a main register on the down right, and what you do is to, for example, imagine that you want to get a value from register C to register F for some reason. Well, what you do is you take the value from C, put it on the main register, and then you take the value from the main register and put it onto the F register.
Yes, because the instruction set can only specify one register to be read or written to, I'm guessing.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah. Also, when planning the board, there's also gonna be one extra bit, which is going to determine whether you wanna insert a value on the main register so you can operate with them, or an actual instruction. So for example, the way you would program this computer, I mean, I've done it this way so that you can have the entire 16 bits for a number while still being compact. That way I don't have to do a board that it's 32 bits 32 bits long.
Okay. What the instruction contains an upcode and operands, and what I see here is a lot of blue blocks, and some of them are addresses. It might be a good idea to everything that is associated with an index or an address should be a different color, so it doesn't
Everything
really.
is. Oh, okay. So you mean like, no, I mean,
Like the upcode ROM, the ROM that decodes into control lines, doesn't really use values that are meant for accessing a register address.
I mean, the way just to clarify, is I mean, not gonna lie, I'm Spanish, so I don't really know much English, but the thing is that each blue block, what it does, it corresponds to an entire instruction. Like for example, let's say the one who's, I mean, I don't think you can see it in the photo, but let's say that I've got here a blue block that it's next to the D register. So this, I know that this block, what this block does is to get the value from the main register and put it onto the D register. That's an entire instruction. It's not that you get from the main register and you put onto the D register. It's a pipeline CPU per se. So for example, the ALU, imagine the ALU. It's not that you calculate a number and then you put it onto the main register. It does it at once. So for example, imagine that you go to the ALU and input a signal to do XOR with the default registers A and B. So I mean, the ALU works with the registers A and B by default, and you can't change it them. So for example, let's say that we input to add. So we input to add, it does the operation, and it after that it saves this onto the main register, but all in one instruction. Because there's no point in
So
doing other
FU
stuff.
is an instruction. I get it.
Okay.
Like one of the or is one of the about 15 different instructions you have, right?
Yeah. So so basically, just to connect.
No, it's a bit unconventional, but
well, yeah. I mean, I'll try to improve it. I don't. I mean, I'm still in high school. I don't really know much about computer architecture or something. I just want to make a computer. But yeah, this is the first design, and instead of throwing it out, I just wanna make see it working. So yeah, the last thing is just to connect each torch to each individual block, blue block.
Well, I would still get back to what I said before, since they are also spread far apart.
Yeah.
I would just have 2 ROMs on top of one another
instead of 4.
Well, if you had one row of outputs, then it would be massively wide to route it to your.
And yeah, you would have to do long wires.
Yeah, very long wires. So it's better to just double the decoding, doing it twice, the decoding to the 64 different kind of operations. Oh wait, that's
no.
52. 62?
52.
Right. So you decode half of that in one ROM, and then the other half in the top ROM. But Like
Oh, wait.
I do guess you want some strategic indexing of your instructions to where it is.
Yeah. Also, by the way, I've not added a ROM as such. Like you can have predefined numbers such as, I don't know, pi or anything. You have to input them on the code for now. Like when you reset the computer, it is just, it doesn't have any data anywhere. So that's something I should look up to.
That's how it should be.
I think I will add it below the program board, because if I add it in, near to the instruction to the instruction decoder, the opcode decoder, I will have to bend wires, and I don't know, it will get a lot messy.
Yeah. So again, like have 2 rows of outputs and route those blue blocks to those.
So instead of having like four layers, just have 2. Is that what you mean?
Yeah, I think, but it doesn't really change that much actually. Like
Yeah.
what you have here, now I understand it all. Then
I mean, don't really worry about the speed, because
no, but I think it's fine for what you have.
yeah, because like when you set the opcodes, they don't have to be in order. You know, so I can
True, you can change the decoder and
yeah, I can connect each like instruction input to the closest storage, rather than the one it corresponds by order.
Yeah.
So yeah, I mean, just because of the way it's the computer's built, like the input, the blue blocks are just on somewhat random places. So yeah, I guess it has to be messy.
Did you
I'll just have to use
a lot
flaps
of
or something.
problem trying to bus what one instruction does to every single thing in your CPU?
No, I mean, I think I've got plenty of space, and I actually did once with a previous computer I had, and it turned out good, but the computer wasn't really working as expected because I have designed it wrong, so I had to throw that out and start a new one.
Like if the instructions kind of look similar, then it's all fine. But if you have a lot of instructions that have to activate a lot of different parts of the CPU, then it's really hard to bus around that without a ROM.
Yeah, I mean, if you go to a torch and you want to know exactly where does it point, you will have to follow the cable, because as I said, it can be tidied up. But I just want to what I'm concerned about is if it will run out of space. Because yeah, so like the space in between the opcode decoder and the computer itself. I don't think it's gonna run out of space.
No.
Okay, then that was my question really.
I mean, you do have World Edit, right?
Yeah, right now I'm using Word Edit. I can just copy this thing or cut this and move it backward, or just get it a bit farther away. So yeah, I'll just look up to that. I'm a first count now that I'm in the world. I'm a first count if the number of instructions is really it, or if there are more. Because I don't really have the count.
Count?
Like, yeah, I mean, I did count the instructions, but I think I've added more. So maybe they are not 52. Maybe they're more. I'm gonna count them again. 2, 3, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. 54, actually. I remember I did add the reset instruction for the IP and the message IP. Okay, so then I have to add 2 more instructions at the end. Okay.
What?
I had to go wrestle with my dog because he kept barking at me.
Ah, I see. Welcome back. Are no
Thank you.
longer F capo.
Does it count if we're mentally checked out?
Who?
Does it count if we're mentally checked out in AFK?
Maybe.
Because I've been in academia long enough, I think I've got that covered.
Okay, so yeah, I think I'll start wiring up things and see how it goes. Okay. I'm gonna break this blocks. Let's see.
I'm not mentally checked out. I'm just get checked out.
Oof. Ouch, owie.
Well, you should see our. Somehow, I don't know how we managed to do it, but somehow running git checkout work, or not even checkout. Checkout, it's a big repo, so yes, checkout takes forever. But even just like pulling after you haven't pulled for a day takes so long. It's so sad.
Man, that is actually interesting.
There's some sort of performance problem with the code review system we use, but it makes me so sad.
Do you have any hooks on checkout?
Not anything personally. No, it's literally like the finding objects, downloading, checking out. Like that's the part that's slow.
Sounds like you have a crap ton of objects in there and a slow file system.
Yeah, it's actually I bet the central repo is on a spinning disk probably. I wouldn't be surprised.
All you need to do is one copy and you've saved so many working hours.
Yeah, well, turns out it's not my server to copy, so
Damn, so close.
I know. I know. There's a lot of these like places that wish I could fix stuff. Very sad.
Such is life.
Why am I not in charge of everything? That's the real question. Why doesn't
Because then you'd
give me?
because then you'd be responsible for everything, and you really don't want that.
That's fair. I don't want to be responsible. I want to be the irresponsible dictator of it.
If you have your own company, you get to both be responsible, also then to delegate everything.
Right. Yeah, that's what I need. Is I need to just be in charge. Then I could be like, but somebody would have to do it.
But then comes a problem when you can't delegate things, and it's a nightmare.
Well, then I'll hire someone to do that for me. Call them the director.
I heard the capital letters when you said that, and I just approved.
Okay.
Capital D, the director.
The director. Yeah, I mean, I could write a program. The director.
All of your staff is forced. You never let anyone meet anyone in person or talk about social things, and you slowly swap them out one by one with GPT-3.
Yeah,
and hope it works.
Yeah.
Just cheaper labor, just remotely, just as they slowly don't see each other.
No, replace them with AI.
Oh,
One by one, try to replace them with AI.
Yeah.
Oh my god, guys! Someone asked us if we want to become famous in chat.
Who wants us to become famous? What?
This one rando bot on Twitch.
Oh.
I mean, what is it? Offering a casting couch? Because I think I'm good.
Are we already famous? We're on Twitch.
We have 45 people. 46. We need 4 more followers. We already have the average viewers up.
Oh, you guys have a Twitch channel.
We do have Twitch.
Okay.
Brand new.
You're
This is our
live.
3rd stream ever.
Congratulations. You're famous.
Yeah, man.
Oh wait, you're like alive.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
We were
Well,
talking about elections and then
Excellent.
yeah.
Do that.
I'm designing the routines for stuffs.
Kappa, you own a business. You could do this. Start replacing your staff with AI. You gotta be the change you want to see in the world.
Shh, Tyler. Shh.
Okay.
Oh my god, that means he's doing it.
Thank you. That comment just made my day.
Mm.
Did you know, RW, did you know Capo designs CPUs and chips for like real money now?
Yes, although I'm not sure. I haven't heard any of the details.
I haven't seen any proof. I'm his best friend. I think he's making it up.
You're an idiot, Matthew. Shut up.
Wait, do you actually have a contract, out of curiosity, to design something for a group yet?
Yeah, I have been. I've like almost 3 years.
Damn, I didn't actually know where your stuff was going or who was consuming it. So I didn't know if you were still like booting up or if you hadn't established.
I have like my
revenue
own
thing.
architecture thing that I'm working on, but there's also something that I'm like contracted out to do that actually pays the
Nice.
bills.
Damn. So you're working as a contracting business of some sort?
Yeah,
B2B, I guess.
I have my own like LLC for consulting.
Ah, so you're pretty much a digital circuitry consultant.
Yeah, like a micro architect consultant.
There you go. Those are the words I was looking for.
Mhm.
Hey, if you ever need to hire more people,
Well, I always do. Not like currently, but I need to hire like
I
4 or
always
5
do,
years
but
soon.
not like currently.
Like I always want to hire more people. I always have places I want to fill, but I need to hire people.
Yeah, your
in, like,
website's
a
broken.
month or two.
It just
well, I'll put it this way: you can probably recruit right out of war if you were careful.
Everyone I work
And-
with is from War.
Yeah, exactly.
That's already
Perfect
that's
position.
already the strat, bro.
Damn, perfect. Just such a good strategy.
Yeah, we got our
I'm
own
envious.
or alumni going on. We're just gonna slowly build it up to where we actually get an alumni, and then it'll be golden. It's better than college because we actually have like jobs where chill.
Oh my god, can someone form a or alumni association?
I'm
You don't
already
need to
working
know.
on it, but we need more people with like we need at least like I want to get enough people that have like some like decent jobs and stuff like that to sign up on it, so we have like a good list to open up with. So I'm trying to get more and more people interested in actually some of the OGs that actually have like good jobs and stuff like that to sign up for it. It'll be free. It'll just be let me just sign in. You just sign up for it, just be on a list.
Yeah, I would be interested. I don't currently have a job because I'm doing independent research, but I feel like I know a few people that could be helpful.
Hell yeah.
Research is a job, isn't it?
Well, I'm not working for anyone right now. I'm doing my own thing.
University.
So you're self-employed.
Yeah, I'm funding my own research for the moment, and depending on how the project goes, either I'll get a research-related job or I'll just get a normal job in about 6 months.
What are you researching?
Some really fundamental stuff in machine learning. I think I found a really principled way of evaluating and studying algorithms, and I've just been spinning up those experiments and building the infrastructure for it.
Graph theory.
I wouldn't say graph theory, but I would say more relational algebra mixed together with various kinds of modeling.
Are you the guy who was on the OS Dev forums a couple of last year?
First of all, no, but please continue.
Well, there was a guy on the OS Dev forums about a year ago saying he was going to demo artificial general intelligence within 3 months, and that he had it all working. That he just needed to demo it.
Wow, that's pretty pog.
Is he dead?
When did that happen?
See, definitely.
I mean, it never happened. The posts are from like, February, March 2020. And
I smell conspiracy.
Yeah, because he was told. So what was happening was there was somebody badgering him for information on natural language programming, and the admins of the forum had to ban the discussion because he was like harassing the guy. So he never got to reveal what he was doing.
Oh my god. Amazing. Also, I just want to say people who frequent OS Dev aren't number one on my list of sane people in general. So I'm a little reserved here.
There's a very dangerous situation. I was part of the OS Dev Discord for a while. I moderated it for a while.
Proof as
and I had to leave.
Tyler, proof. Oh no. Wait, why do you have to leave?
I left because they were racist assholes, and they like drove out some of the people that I was friends with and that I wanted to talk to, and I was like, all right, cool. I don't care that I'm a mod of this server. I'm gonna right click leave, and you are never gonna hear from me again. And someone reached out, and
wow.
And I was like, I refuse to associate with you now. Goodbye forever.
Wow, that's even worse than I imagined. I didn't realize you were a mod, but
yeah.
Damn. Okay.
Does anybody know
I'm sorry to hear that.
Haagen-Dazs bar is? Hello?
No idea.
Hello? Gio?
Fortunately, the
Do you know what
forum
Haagen-Dazs is?
reasonably okay, and the wiki is reasonably okay, but it definitely attracts some very negative personalities, especially the younger ones that are likely to go on Discord.
What, Matthew?
I asked if you knew what Haagen-Dazs was.
The ice cream?
Yeah.
Yeah.
So let's say hypothetically you were eating one of the ones that's like on a wooden stick, and you ate like some of the wood. How concerned should you be?
Were you that stupid?
Look, it's for a friend.
It's not for a friend. Or were you that stupid?
Was it
As
chewed up, or
long
did you
as-
actually eat a direct splinter?
No, it's just like a little splinter of it.
You'll
Be fine.
You'll be fine. It'll
Hog.
dissolve in your stomach.
Yeah.
But if it was like a larger piece, you'd know. The thing about that is you would know if you would panic before it hits your stomach, because it'd be stuck in your throat. By the time it hits your stomach, the acid will soften it enough to be pushed through.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Wood pulp usually isn't an issue, but if you had like real shards, that might be a problem. And if you just noticed extremely dark colors or blood in your stool, then be concerned.
Yeah,
Or,
black stool,
horrible
you should
pain.
you're fine.
It's a fucking popsicle. Like they're
You're fine. It's made for kids.
hurt you.
All right, boys. Looks like I'm not dying today.
Maybe tomorrow though.
Always have hope. You could die tomorrow.
Damn straight.
Yeah. Stay positive.
Dude,
Wait, positive for me or for him? Or
has
her?
anyone else in here had COVID?
No, but I know a load of people that have had
Matthew
COVID.
just got over
Yeah.
COVID. He's our COVID baby.
Yeah, I had it like a month and a half ago, like a month ago. Bruh, that shit was wild. I'm a type 1 diabetic and it hit me hard.
No. I'm glad
Yeah,
it
dude.
didn't kill you.
It fucking tried.
Jesus. I'm glad
My
you recovered.
breath still smells really, really bad. It smells like pennies, like blood, because apparently, I didn't know this was a thing, but lungs, if they're ever damaged, they take a really, really long time to heal because they're constantly in motion. So,
Wow.
like, I'm just gonna have the smell of blood in my lungs probably for at least a few more months, which is kind of hog.
You're
Yeah,
like
actually.
you're like the that guy from the Hunger Games, the Blood Rose guy.
The president. Snow.
Oh my god, I am President Snow.
Do you have
President
a
Snow.
sweet like rose on you at all times?
I do like sacrificing children and watching them kill each other.
Well,
That's horrific.
good.
Well, I mean, you're on Or. That was given.
We just got to start up a.
Actually, I think that's the plot behind Fortnite.
That's great.
Oh wait, it is, isn't it? I forgot that that's I forgot that's where battle rails came from.
Wow.
Full circle. What the fuck just happened?
Dun dun.
We saw
dun,
children killing each other, and we decided it was a good idea, so we made it a real thing.
Yeah.
We're like, oh shit, we
man.
could monetize this in a video game. You know how badly people want to be like, I'm the best of these X people.
Hunger Games Simulator 2031.
Is that just PUBG too?
PUBG. Yeah, it's just the PUBG engine.
Wait.
But you can actually run it on a 1050 Ti at something greater than 10 FPS.
But first of all, I really need to ask: can we just get the Hunger Simulator 2022?
Why?
Eat.
I'm curious. What would it be?
It's just a button. There's sort of, you get like a red vignette when you get hungry, and then you push the eat. And if you push the button too much, you get fat and you die young. But
Wait,
you don't
what
get to do anything, right? It's just literally the experience of hunger that you're simulating.
It's for me. It's a tie between that or some sort of bizarre Hollywood modeling thing where you choose not to eat, and it's like a cookie clicker game where you gain more popularity. But you
And
have to
like
constantly be
the
putting
better,
yourself on the edge
better
of
and better
death.
foods fly across the screen, and you have to click everything but them.
Oh God.
You started that.
We could also do a.
Tap the hunger suppressing yogurts. Oh, combo.
This
We
is
could do a
getting very
mixed
edgy
one
for Twitch.
where we hook people up to we put a tube in their stomach, right, and we suck out the contents continuously. And we also
This is
have
going
them on
far.
Oh God.
a dialysis machine, except instead of taking urea and stuff out of blood. It's taking glucose out of your blood.
Oh my god.
Constantly need to eat. You can't hold anything in your stomach.
Dude, don't joke about that. I've lived this. I'm a type 1 diabetic. I've had situations where either I gave too much insulin or I accidentally double dosed Lantus or something like that, and your blood sugar is just in a free fall and you constantly have to frantically eat so you don't die. That's a real thing.
Well,
It's
Hunger
terrible.
there you go.
Is
it's
that
best
the
thing.
Hunger Games?
It simulates the reality, right? That's what people want. That's why Flight Simulator has every single dial, right? It's not flying in your dreams simulator. It's this is your job and this is your life now simulator.
Well, I mean, it's got a slider to make it your dream simulator.
You should take this as a compliment. People are so interested in life, they want to live yours.
What was it? Mockery is the most sincere form of flattery. It's not mockery.
Wait, mockery?
It's imitation. There you go.
Yeah.
Mockery.
the most sincere flattery.
Also,
That's
I'm not sure I
great.
want to go up to a bunch of truckers and say, wow, people play this game. They must really like you guys. I have a friend who would not be happy with me right now.
Ooh.
Get Rekikekt is all I have to say.
Get hex.
Get tech decked.
Oh, look at you busting out the 2-point words.
Have you guys? This is gonna be the most Zoomer thing I've ever said. Have you guys seen that one TikTok with the two chicks who are talking like outside at this cafe, and some dude just walks up and like does a tech deck kickflip on their table and walks away, and they're like, "Oh shit, who was that?"
I saw that. on
Dude,
YouTube.
those are really hard to do.
Yeah, Skater was he's the only person who saw it. I gotta find it.
Was that one of those text to speech meme channels?
Yeah. I'm very ingrained in Zoomer culture.
Zoomer technology.
Yeah, he refuses to believe the fact that he's actually becoming like an adult, so he wants to keep staying a child forever.
How old are you, Matt?
I'm
Are you
pulling a
boomer?
Michael Jackson.
Well, that's
right
just
now,
problematic.
I'm 22.
So yes, you're a boomer.
Yeah, I'm a boomer.
Yeah.
Big boomer.
Yeah.
Hold on, you're not even a millennial.
No, I'm actually a Zoomer. I am
Yeah.
Gen Z, believe it or not.
Freaking babies. Right? The three of us that are over 22 in this channel, probably.
Yes.
I mean, anyone in college looks like a high schooler to me at
Yeah.
this point.
Why is it that all the people that are younger than you seem to get younger as you get older?
Isn't that the Matthew McConaughey quote?
That's a good question.
Freaking 22-year-olds. They're like babies.
I'm not a baby. You're a baby.
I mean, you're a Zoomer.
I like zooming around, that's right.
Do you do the Naruto run? Did you storm Area 51? Were you there?
So I can't actually do the Naruto run because I have a broken, messed up chicken wing arm.
Ah.
If I did have a normal arm, I would.
Oh, I forgot I can't do that. Fuck.
I wish Ore had a capital so after the elections I can storm it.
Too soon.
What? It's been, come on, it's been like a few months now.
Give me
We're
another
on
few
Twitch.
years.
It's too soon.
Actually, you're right. I forgot people died at that.
Yeah. There's no
Wait, what?
deaths. I would probably say it's fine, but there were.
When did r/redstone become huge?
What do you mean?
It's all doors.
It's all.
But it's 65,000 people.
Yeah, 65,000 people making doors.
Yeah, Tyler, I was checking this out too after that comment.
But it's what? I remember when this was like 4 people. When did it become huge?
I do remember there was a bit weird of a relationship between RDF or and /r/redstone.
Yeah, I remember that.
Does anyone know
Wait,
any
what
good
happened?
tutorials for C++?
For C++? Hell yeah.
Wait, Tyler, I want to
If
hear
you want to
this.
know, oh, hold on, everybody shut up. I have to help somebody.
No, shut up.
I'm just
That's not
somebody.
redstone related. This is redstone related. Go somewhere else.
All right, fine. Go to the challenge club.
Okay, so what was the redstone story?
Gosh, I don't know that I'm gonna remember all of the details. We had a lot of interesting relationships with other communities and vendors and stuff.
Yeah, I know, because when I came on board, you know how many people fucking hated us, and I had no idea why. And then I realized, oh, because like a good number of ore people pastime was let's just go on like stims and stuff and talk shit about all of them because all they do is build doors.
Remember Doug Redstone?
Who?
Doug. Vaguely. Wait, was Doug between Stimes and us, or was that a different one? Douglas?
Douglas G something.
I remember that name.
The one that got all the admins banned from SSH, and then Jassassin got really mad at because he was stealing the ad revenue.
Wait, what? You actually had theft on the RDF?
What?
There was actual theft on that server?
Yeah, I mean, there were ads on the RDF forum, but the web host was stealing all the money. And Jassassin like calculated that it was way more than any reasonable hosting cost, but the guy kept claiming that he didn't make anything.
Oh, so it was actually like originally it was like, oh, if it'll just be enough to cover host, but it ended up being like a few $100s or something like that. It's like, bro, you're paying like $20 to host this.
That was, yeah.
More or less the moral of the story.
They were very mad at each other.
I vague.
Right, this is such a problem.
This was before even me, I think.
Really? I mean, I was after.
I mean, maybe not.
One of the periods that you weren't really around, but maybe.
Maybe. I just don't remember that much of really early RDF politics.
It was not really early, right? This was after I was in, I think. So it would have been late 2012 probably is when that would have happened.
Yes, a mere decade ago.
Yeah. You don't remember all those details? Wow.
Yeah, like I just think I've been staff for like almost 8 years.
I realized my 10 years coming up soon. My 10-year anniversary of my trial is in less than a year.
Wait, so you're
oh man,
so so you're only like a year or so of like older than me as far as server time goes, Tyler?
I trial.
Wait, that much time has passed that we no longer have that much difference at all?
No, we really don't.
Oh my god. I feel like I'm so old now.
I just got kicked off my parents' health insurance because I turned 26, so I understand this.
I've been on my own health insurance since I was like 19, so.
You're a boomer.
Well,
I realize
I've been on my. The only reason I was back on it was for school because it was cheaper to go on their extant family plan than to get one through school.
I got such great health insurance right now. It's like the best insurance I've ever had, and it's $150 a month. It's like
nice.
I quit smoking, and like I have my health is fine. Like the only thing I take is random antacids.
Nice. Antacids, I'm not sure they count.
Yeah, they don't. Like omeprazole, like it's a free prescription. When I need to go pick it up, I just go there and they give me it free. And like one bottle that they give me that's lasts me like months. I'll take, if I ever get bad symptoms, I'll take it for like a week straight, and then not have to take it for a long ass time.
Is that from the smoking or other stuff?
That's just acid reflux type issues. But I since I caught it early enough, I can manage it now before any damage happens. So as far as the insurance goes, they just pay for the omeprazole in order to make sure I don't have to have anything bad later.
Yeah, I'm probably in the same boat. Although I had stomach issues from when I was a kid, so I pretty much live on antacids forever.
Yeah,
I should try to get it through the insurance company. You're right.
Yeah, because like I have, like, for instance, I used to eat a lot of spicy food constantly. Like I don't anymore because that's just asking for heartburn. So I did have to change my diet a little bit and things, but it's now I know I've learned enough to where like I don't take omeprazole often unless it gets really bad. I've gotten to manage enough to where if I know I'm gonna eat something that's gonna mess my stomach up, I'll take a single Tums and chew it like a minute and then chase it with like a few sips of milk and then just eat whatever I want to like eat, and it's fine.
Not bad. I always stayed away from the PPIs.
Proton
I
pump
always went with
inhibitors. So omeprazole.
yeah. I always stuck with H2 blockers or ranitidine. Zantac
I never had to go. I never
was
went.
incredibly good. They're less harmful than PPIs in long-term health. I think.
Yeah, that's why I like I mentioned only when I have it really bad I take omeprazole for like a week straight and then I don't take it for a while because one of the things I've realized that's really really bad about them is because since they stop you from producing so much acid in your pH, your stomach's natural like immune ability of like actually protecting you from things in your stomach goes away very slowly, and then if you take it for long enough periods of time, simple infections and stuff like that can just get through your digestive tract and get you really really sick.
I actually haven't heard of any cases of this, although that's kind of what I've been you worry about, right? If you're thinking about that. But what I do know is that when you start messing around with proton pumps, it actually has, in the extremely long term, it can lead to increased risk of things like dementia or other mental health problems.
I never heard about that. I do know that if you OD on omeprazole, even though it's an antacid medicine, it can make you it can fuck with your head and give you make you feel like you're almost really high and trippy. Like my mom said,
Well,
if I've accidentally double dosed and I've supposed to take 2 and I took 4 pills and it messes you up, and and I'm like I can believe that it definitely makes you feel a little funky if you take it on a dead empty stomach.
I'm going to stay away from that and just stick with my normal routine then.
Yeah, I'm only on it just because I know it works and I only need to take it in short bursts.
So that's how old we are. We just had an entire conversation about antacids, various types of antacid medications, the symptoms, and how our mothers did when they were on it, and also how to get it expensed through healthcare. And did you know that my healthcare is excellent through XYZ reasons?
Damn straight.
Turns out.
So
yeah,
the other thing you really need to learn. I've realized that shifts between becoming a kid and being an adult. That's how amazing it is just having a bottle of lotion next to you at all times. Because dry skin can be a bitch. The older you get, the worse and worse dry skin. Oh my god, I always have lotion beside me because my knuckles and shit will get so dry. I'll just start itching because it'll be so dry, and then it sucks.
See, I didn't need any of this when I was younger for some reason.
Yeah, me neither. And then all of a sudden, few years ago, I became an adult. My body's like, yo, I'm not gonna be moist anymore. I'm like, god damn it.
God damn it. In other words, we're getting old, and body doesn't give a shit anymore.
Don't grow up.
You've done your thing.
Yeah, I was messing with Matthew one day, and I was like, so you know the thing about getting old? It's not that you just you have a pain when you're a kid, and then all of a sudden the pain goes away because you heal. No, you just simply get to a point where you forget about that particular pain, and you just look for new ones.
Yeah.
So your entire existence it's just minor aches and pains, just waiting for new ones to show up and keeping a track of those.
You want to know the absolute worst, though?
What?
You know why really elderly people move so slowly? It's because doing anything faster hurts. It's why they shuffle so much.
Yeah, and you know what's also really trippy?
Oh god.
Is there science to back up the fact that time actually travels slower when you get older? Your brain's the way that it processes things actually makes your body perceive time as going slower.
Interesting.
I don't understand. You mean time flies?
The opposite. So if the brain if you're if I'm watching a movie and I'm taking in information, my brain's snappy and it's responding enough, but the delayed reactions of the brains when they get older sometimes can actually cause time. There was a study it was in one of my psychology classes a long time ago, and they were talking about how you get older, there's two things. You think that time goes faster simply for the reason that every new day added is proportionally less of your life than the prior day. So over time, that little added up time means that one day is 1/1,000,000th of your life versus 1/100th of your life as a baby. And but your brains can actually get to the point where they just become so slow to react if you have dementia and stuff like that, to where time just seems like it takes forever to pass because your brains are just really slow to react.
Oh, we talking about dementia. I love it.
Thank you. Personally, it's in my top 20 ways of dying.
Can confirm.
What, dementia?
Work is much better than school. No homework is great. but don't get old.
Don't
Yes. It's pretty sweet being able to having a career that you understand and free time. This is a good thing.
It is really nice.
Dementia's so terrifying.
It really is.
Gio, let's make a pact right now. If either of us gets dementia, we off each other.
No, because I want to give you at least 1 year free pass to fuck with me.
All right, that's
so
really
kind of you.
weird and cruel. I don't know if I'd be able to do that.
I mean, it'd have to be like minor things. It couldn't be bad things, but
Have to live in a nursing home together.
Then no, we get like STDs.
You'd share a room.
like the thing, see, Matthew, the difference is that if you give me 1 year to live and I'm just like, and you're sad that I have dementia, then you spend that 1 year sad worrying about me. If I let you spend the 1 year making jokes and having fun, then even if I'm like, oh fuck, at least you have some fun laughs to remember me by.
No, it would,
instead of being
it
a
would
tragic
literally,
ending.
I would not be able to have fun. I would just go clinically insane and like depressed and anxious and all, just the whole slew of issues. It would mentally destroy me.
Yeah, if anybody I was really close to, like my grandpa had Alzheimer's, and that was like so difficult. It like breaks
I'm
your
sorry
heart.
to hear that. Right. Don't get old, kids.
Yeah, don't get old.
Don't get old.
Nice,
Yeah.
nice tip.
Stay 23 forever.
Stay 23 forever.
Yeah.
I thought it was 29.
23andMe is
You're complaining more than I am, so.
Are you guys hips popping yet?
Bro, my hips
No
fucked because
hips.
I broke my tailbone so many times as a teenager.
Oh, that's right. You got a broke ass syndrome.
Yeah, I'm fucked.
Not what I usually associate when I hear that someone has broke ass syndrome, but
Yeah, no, I fractured my tailbone like over a dozen times when I was a teenager.
all right. First question, how? Second question, why?
Well, the funny thing is, the first time it actually happened at school, and the school passed me in 6th grade, even though I like failed every single class because I wasn't in school because it was the school's fault.
You got a broke ass pity grade.
It was literally a pity grade. So because we kicked a ball when we had like a free gym day on top of the bleachers, and they were like full scale, like 14, 15 foot bleachers, and the ball went up there, and I went over to the teacher. I was like, "Yo, the ball got kicked up there," and instead of going get it, the teacher went, "Oh, just go get it." So I go climb the bleachers and grab it, and I get up there, and I'm like, "Shit, I want to jump. I don't want to climb down." So I jump down, and the teacher's all just like, the Superman jump, like landing, like the squat, just squat land, you'll be fine. I squat land, but you don't squat land when it's from 14 feet up. You just don't.
Right.
The teacher should have known better than that, but I was young and dumb. Because when you do that, your heel kicks your tailbone, and it fractures your tailbone.
Ooh.
So I woke up the
God, that
next day
sucks.
just in pain. My mom's like, "Here, get up and get ready to school." I go up to get out of bed. I'm like, "I'm not getting up." So for like day 3, my mom's like, "You're just bullshit me. You won't even get out of bed." She takes me to the hospital. The next day, he's like, "Nope, yeah, your tailbone's cracked in half." And then,
After 3 days, that means it fused incorrectly, didn't it?
oh, dude, my tailbone's like not even the right shape right now.
Oh, that's wild. You know
So
the
that's
worst
why I
part
have
is
my.
they-
That's why I have the. That's why me and Dylan talk about our nerve pain blockers. He takes them for stomach pain. I take them for the residual effect of breaking my tailbone.
Wow, that is actually fucked. You know the worst part is they can't break it to reset it, can they?
No, because it's your nerve
risks,
endings that go to
yeah.
your legs and everything. It's too much of a risk of actually literally making you paralyzed.
Yeah, and after you break bone like enough times, it won't
So Matthew,
re-heal. Like,
I broke it, right? 4.5 months later.
Yeah,
I'm out and
man.
about. I'm fishing with my dad, and it's feeling fine, so I'm able to walk. A big wave comes by and knocks me over, and I land on a concrete pillar, tailbone first.
Oh God.
So I have to go to the hospital again, and they take a picture. He's like, "Yep, you fractured it again. Here you go. Here's
Honestly,
another pillow."
Did it fuse after the second break?
Oh, bro, dude, like, it literally makes a U shape in my body.
But it fused. That's like honestly impressive. That's not surprising.
So the second time was then about 9 months later. We're at this one event where we're at like one of these like trust exercises type thing for school. We went to like this camping event or whatever. And while we're hanging out, all the kids and everything are like doing their own thing. We had this thing where you have to like, you touch a ball, like everyone starts really close, you bounce the ball up, and every time you touch the ball, you take one step back, and everyone has to touch the ball once before you can touch it the second time, and you keep taking a step back, and you see how big you can make the circle where you still bounce. It's an interesting game. But I was just so focused on the ball, we kept backing up. Our group was going so long with it. We had a pattern that I tripped on a log and then had a giant steel eye hook that was for like this climbing structure go right into my tailbone.
Yo, fuck.
How many times did you break it?
How are you here? How are you not dead?
Like by this time, I go to the hospital and the doctor's like, so the fact that you walked in here is really shocking. I'm like, I know, right? And that wasn't, there was more times than that. Those are just the 3 like most critical times. But oh yeah. So I missed one in the middle of that. So in the middle of that first 4-month period where I got hurt and I was out of school for like 2 months, I came back. A week after being in school, like.
Are you still streaming this?
Yeah. I went into gym class, right? And I'm sitting on like a partially deflated basketball because it's like the only thing I can comfortably sit on. And this one 8th grader decides it'd be really funny to try and kick the ball out from underneath me, not realizing that I'm sitting on it for medical reasons. It literally kicks me in the ass and flips me over and sees me dying in tears. And he immediately feels so bad. Props to him. He picked me up and like school's cheerleaders. I think there's like a big group of football players and cheerleaders from the school just like run over. They all carry me over in a group to the office. Like, we did something. We're so sorry. And they owned up to it immediately. And then I got the rest of the school year off essentially without doing any more work.
Jeez, do you just like perpetually sit on a donut now?
No, but that's why I take that nerve pain blocker because when I sit, it doesn't sit quite right. Yeah, my tailbone got fucked up multiple times from just stupid shit. I also ripped my right shoulder out of place, and my friend decided the best course of action at the time was to distract me with a joke and then punch me as hard as he could straight down on the shoulder and push it back into place.
Did it work?
Yeah, I never went to the doctor. I was completely fine. It was slightly
God.
sore, but it was completely fine. Now it hurts randomly now, like at times, but for like years it never gave me another problem.
And you wonder why your body is now betraying you and
exactly.
is not
because
so
when you're a
kind to you
teenager,
in
you do
turn.
stupid shit. You're like, I'm invincible. I heal. And then you don't realize that your little tiny healings are not healed properly. Then you get old and you're like, fuck.
Do you want to know what my teenage years looked like? Gio knows what they did. Just sitting inside of my room on my computer for literally all of them, never leaving the house.
Well,
I never even broke a bone.
As soon as me and my friends, any one of my group of friends had a car, we immediately were spent all of our time in a group of like 5 or 6 people in the car at once, and knew that at one point we could find at least one parent to give us like $20 to fill the tank full of gas, grab munchies, and then just like drive around town. And because we lived in the mountains, we would just go around on like mountain trails and stuff like that, and just pretty much do like rally driving for fun. And that's just all we did in high school.
Wow.
Either play video games or go drive either like my Eclipse or my friend's Mustang through the mountains.
Sounds like high school stuff.
Yeah, and that's when you do a lot of stupid things. Lots of stupid things.
What kind of drugs have you done?
I've only done one.
Oh my god.
I've only smoked the grass.
Devil's lettuce.
The devil's grass?
Yeah, I don't like I don't like pills or anything like that. No, thank you. That's all way too hard for me. Other people can have that.
Trying to see if I can get the Ord Twitch channel banned. Can you get banned for talking about drugs?
Yes, if anything's like actually happening on them. But no, I wouldn't. I just fundamentally disagree. So I just don't.
You disagree with what? Drugs?
Harder ones, but I disagree with me doing them. I don't give a shit if you do them. I just don't want me to do them.
Well, I disagree with you doing it.
Well, good. We're on the same page then, so it looks like it's never going to happen.
Well, good.
Let's celebrate drug abstinence on this Twitch channel.
Let's celebrate.
Yay, no drugs on Twitch.
Oh crap! I'm taking drugs right now.
Insulin doesn't count.
Insulin's a drug.
Yeah, but it doesn't count as far as like illicit drugs that were in conversations of things you shouldn't be taking. You should be taking that because you will die.
But are you a drug?
Boy band songs beg to differ.
And your love is a drug.
All right, somebody make a computer.
I'm about to go back to redstoning.
Wow.
Well, that's not fun because you're never going to finish the computer.
My question is, when is someone actually going to build a proper redstone compiler?
Like System Verilog to redstone.
Yeah.
The routing, the part like picking and the part building is easy enough, but the routing in 3-dimensional space is the hardest.
Absolutely. Not only that, but you also have to carefully fit the components together, which will require some pretty challenging constraint solving to make it all fit. Plus, slanted
Yeah, that's
stuff
all
is even
routing.
more complicated. Placement is hard too, but
Yeah,
you're right.
fitter.
Routing is a challenging one.
Yeah, fitter and placement.
Talking about 3D routing, it is looking really awful.
That's an interesting
This is
series
just
of
awful.
statements that you've made. But the problem with it is someone's already built a Verilog to. It's not pretty. It doesn't make something like good. It looks a lot like the Internet FTW, but it's been done.
Right. Yeah, I think I saw that. It's like a really simple feed forward gates is what they had, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, I think I started. I mean, Grace knows about my unending graveyard of projects, but I think we even started one a long time back and never really finished it. One day.
Yeah.
When I have way too much time.
You can tell how they do the connections because if it needs to jog a line over one position, it sends it up onto the next level in case it has to go over anything, even if it doesn't. Also, my god, there's so many repeaters here. I'll link it in Mr. Mutes for anybody who wants to see.
What?
Oh, wow. Yeah, it does look kind of wonky.
And the full adder in the samples page, the full adder is like what, 10 by 50 or something like that.
Wonderful. Also, can we get people super optimization? Just randomly generate schematics until you find one that actually does what you want.
I so wanted to do that because I've always believed that I don't really know how true this is, but I've always sort of believed that separating individual logical units and composing them is probably not actually the most efficient way to generate these sort of logic elements. And we do it because it's the only way to think about it. But if you had some sort of solver that could like look at every possible configuration in, say, 8x2 space or something, as far as like what you could do, it would be able to come up with like a much better pattern.
I wonder if you could train a neural network to place the components.
When I say no, let it be known that this is from the authority of someone who spent literally years staring at neural networks and nothing else, being angry at them. That is my only credential,
what's 3
and
times
I've never
16?
tried this. Huh?
What's 3 times 16?
I unknown.
48.
Yeah.
I mean,
3 times 16 is 48. That is all I know now.
the issue would be getting a data set, wouldn't it?
Well, not only that, the problem is the neural network can't really predict the semantics.
Well, I mean, it can predict it if you give it enough data to understand, like, the patterns and shit, right?
It depends on what you're trying to have it predict.
Are you not a believer in
The
end-to-end?
only real thing you're going to get out of it is, I am very much a believer in the end-to-end. Unfortunately, neural networks aren't particularly good at that in many contexts.
Yeah.
It's interesting. But no, seriously, there's Minecraft high performance Redstone, right? That builds an abstract graph.
Server.
Yeah,
Well,
like
what I'm saying is,
you mean talking about using that graph as an intermediary language. That way, anyone that actually wants, they write their HDL. The HDL generates that type of graph, and then you have something that takes that graph and actually puts it back into Redstone, so you can optimize out like logical loops and like if you like ORs and stuff that don't need to be there, and logic gates that don't really need to be there, because the graph structure naturally finds those loops and those shortcuts.
Actually,
I'm not talking about logic gates. I'm talking about operating a level below that.
Yeah, that's what exactly what the graph structure he has does.
well, remember this. The point of all the MCHDL stuff is to have two functions. One from block space to semantic space, and two from semantic space in one step to semantic space in the next step. Those are the two big functions, right? Optimizing in block space is fundamentally a different operation from optimizing in semantic space. There's a little bit of overlap, but there's so much more going on there.
That's where his graph structure comes in. That's what I'm saying. Is you use that as an intermediary to translate between those two.
Right, but MCHDL never actually implements from semantic space into block space.
I'm talking about
so what you would do,
MCHPRS. That does.
Sorry. MC high performance Redstone.
Yeah,
it translates
that
from
does.
semantics.
That does.
So if I give it an arbitrary logic gate, it compiles down into blocks.
That's what I'm saying. I think that's the missing thing you could do. If you could do that, then you would have the end component, because he abstracts away blocks and just goes straight to like what's actually fundamentally happening. Is this what's connected to what's inverting, what's blocking what, that type of stuff. So that way you can then use that as an intermediary to then convert in between. But you need that conversion process made.
Excellent. And for the purposes of extremely small circuits, and this is the important point, that doesn't currently have a reversal from semantics to blocks. But what you can do is hard brute force search. And because it is such a performance system, that search could actually complete pretty effectively. And you would get a circuit that does exactly what you want it to. And you'd be able to prove that. Because someone implemented the block to semantics function, you can kind of do a brute force search to reverse that function now that you actually have it available to you.
True. You could use like a machine learning optimizer to actually like find like an optimized search.
So that's tricky, and this gets into the whole problem that Tyler was talking about of how do you actually combine these conceptually different components in an efficient way? Because we need the conceptual separation in order to be able to effectively plan and engineer our way around the system, but you often want to combine them a little bit. And the constraints kind of propagate between them, and it's an extremely big state space, and you can't just do a reversal function. You actually have to try to plan it out. So we actually have the exact same problem in real compilers. Real compilers can take like 20 instructions and try to find an abbreviated version or a more efficient version of what like these 15, 20 instructions will do.
Because
and
it's a limited search space.
Exactly, because it's small enough. But once you get to whole programs, that's we just don't have that capability.
Interesting. That's a good point. Using like intermediates and stuff to bypass multiple computations, that's very much the same idea.
You still you could use this system to brute force small circuits, but you still need someone to spec out the groupings of these small circuits so you can then compose them together. Because if you don't have that conceptual breaking apart of these big complicated systems, you'll never be able to actually brute force search for a CPU. There are just too many possibilities.
Right.
But if you do provide those specs in kind of an organic fashion, so if I specified the concepts of half adder, full adder, cell, full adder, stretch, all these different things, you may be able to design a system that can kind of incrementally combine these components and build up the semantics you want. And then if you can map them into, then you can actually do those block reversals. For the purposes of searching, when you're composing things though, instead of doing raw block search, you probably would want a series of operations that a Redstone engineer would actually do when building the circuitry. And then you would assert that like all the components are connected together and things like that. So you would have things like world edit, place this cell or duplicate this cell. Wiring is, again, an incredibly annoying problem.
Yeah.
Doable,
Actually,
but annoying.
I have a question.
I mean, if we lived in a world where we could just like lay wires that wouldn't implicitly overlap, I bet it would be a lot easier, but we don't live in a world.
What's the question?
So couldn't you do an adversarial sort of meme where you have all the components that you have brute forced and you figured out and you're at the placement stage? Couldn't you do an adversarial sort of meme where you specify a goal of like speed of the critical path or like your clock speed and like the size, and it just places a bunch and compares against each other to get a better result?
So a dueling setup in order to establish a gradient in block space or in placement solution space. Okay. That is, so the big thing in machine learning and a lot of other things is search, right? You're searching for a solution. Naive solution is you randomly randomly generate solutions and you see if they work. Hill climbing or gradient ascent is when you actually get an idea that if you make this change to your solution or that change or this mutation, it gets better. You're absolutely right. You could actually do that and you would get a solution. You could do like iterative tightening, where you score each solution by some relaxation I should specify. You're entirely right. You can do this. You can take whatever cost, whether that's the amount of time it takes to go around in a cycle or whatever. The big challenging one is correctness, because that's a binary attribute. You can't have more or less correctness. You can find a relaxation, but it's very challenging and the gradients are kind of nasty. In other words, it's a little harder to search for. But again, the problem with busing is it's an incredibly narrow state space in the space of all possible blocks, right? Because there's some pretty weird block configurations, so you really can't, that count as busing, so you can't eliminate everything. But you could come up with something really heuristic and solve this problem.
It's probably like honestly, it's probably more pathfinding than.
What does heuristic mean?
Heuristic means you don't have a direct way of computing the actual solution, but you have a computation that produces a solution that's pretty good. So it's not an absolute yes or no solution. It's well, this solution is slightly better or slightly worse, and I have a really fast, easy way of generating a slightly worse solution that is acceptable to me.
Interesting.
Also, Tyler, the big issue with busing is actually interference and placement. And fun fact, they actually use exactly the sort of genetic or evolutionary or hill climbing search algorithms when doing placement on CPU dice, because placement is a hard problem.
Right.
Literally NP hard. Or is it NP complete? I might need to check my definitions.
I certainly wouldn't know the difference. I'll take your word for it either way.
Here's NP.
Once upon a time.
A long time ago, I wrote a genetic sort of, perturb and check algorithm to try to optimize one of the modded reactor like the Minecraft modded like reactor power generators, optimize the layout. That was entertaining. I came up with some very reasonable solutions. Happy with it.
Nice. I'm actually currently doing a pretty gnarly search problem as part of my research. I'll give you a hint. I am currently randomly generating SQL-like programs, like SQL queries almost, and seeing how well they classify data. How's that for insane?
That's something.
Yeah, and stupidly, I found a serious, legitimate justification for doing what I'm doing, and it's actually, I think, important. So I think I've lost it. We'll see.
I was originally doing a sort of genetic-y algorithm for, so I've replaced it with a linear regression because I realized I was insane. The problem that I wanted to solve was, at work, we have something like 500 different servers running customer workloads that each have different distributions of devices. So some servers might have 10,000 of our router and 5,000 of our switch, and another server might have 10,000 of the switch and 5,000 of the router, right? And I wanted to know how much computing effort it took per unit device of each type. But I have no machine that's running like only routers or only switches. So I pulled all of the population data. I shoved it into, originally it was a perturb and check, and now I've switched, like I said, to a regression to take all of these data points and turn it into, on average, turns out it does converge. It's very reasonable, right? It tells me that, like, well, with no workloads, the machines should take about 15 cores, and they do. And every MX takes about 0.1%, and they seem to. I was very happy with that.
Nice.
You can even see like the
systems analysis is always fun.
The cameras that we know do a lot. Yep, they take 10 times more than the routers. And so we're starting to use that for our capacity planning.
Nice. Someone just said real engineer. This is real engineering, and I appreciate this thorough capacity planning.
Yeah, I mean it's like our biggest problem right now. So I'm on the scalability team for this application, and the problem that we have is it's physical data centers with owned servers, and so we have to know how many to buy. And we're having to keep in mind that customer growth continues to accelerate faster and faster, and B, that the application is doing more and more things, so it's getting slower exponentially.
Jesus.
So trying to like multiply those two effects together, and also push back and help people make sure that their code isn't terrible all at the same time.
Honestly, it's funny what you can do when you walk in somewhere and throw cash at something. It's like, oh hey, we use 1/8 the resources now. Yay.
I don't know that there's a lot of caching that we can do. Well, okay, that's not. There's a shit ton of caching that we could be doing that we're choosing not to do, but we actively choose not to do it. For example, so the way that this application works is we have customers buy physical devices and they set them up in their deployment, and then those devices talk to the cloud to get configuration. And right now, every time it's just a web request over a special port, a special connection, special security, but it's basically just a web request into the application that says, render me config for this MAC address, here's my key. And then the application, right, it renders a web request and it runs all the Ruby code. And you say, wow, wouldn't it be fun if you could cache that and just like know what they are? Because it's not like people are changing their configuration every hour.
Right. How often does it ask for configuration over the network?
What?
How often does it send those requests?
1 hour.
Oh,
It's
okay.
they every device gets its config every hour, unless you make a change, in which case we have a forcing process that pings the device and tells it to fetch immediately.
Cool.
So we do every time a device fetches config, we save what it fetched. And the reason that we do that is so that the next time we render it again and we compare it against the saved config. And if they have changed, we know that something has gone wrong with the code. Right? Somebody's deployed a bad change, and we block updates so that we don't break customers' deployments. At least until somebody makes a change and it flags the organization as having changed. So it's like we do all of this caching, and we have this whole system for caching configs, and then we don't use it for anything.
Yeah.
Except for getting alerted when stuff breaks, which is helpful and has saved us before.
So what is the majority of your compute?
That.
You need a fleet for sending configs? How big are these configs?
Well, so the challenge here is a lot of them are very complicated to compute. Stuff like, say you've got 1,000 devices doing VPN mesh, you have to compute the routing table.
I see. Okay, so you're loading onto your servers various network architecture configuration computation.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, we do pretty well. We get about 50,000 customer devices on each server. It's just we have 10 million deployed. So
10 million is a good number. I appreciate that.
It turns out we make a little bit of money off that.
Yeah, a little bit. That's awesome. I really love that problem.
Yeah, it's such a fantastic problem. It's such an interesting problem that I wish I could sit down and implement my own version, but I feel like I can't do it because I'm too close. I could never do it and show anyone because I'm too close to the actual product, so I could never put it on GitHub.
Right, yeah. That's tricky. For me, I was lucky. At one point I actually managed, you know how you have that thing you really want to try out because you think it could just change things massively? I'm assuming you've had something like this in a work environment.
At work, yeah. I don't know that I quite believe I could change the world massively, but we have some pretty idiosyncratic processes at work that I want to change massively.
Right. I actually was in a position. I was running a data warehouse team, and imagine literally hundreds of largely custom ETL jobs written in Python, all using different semantics. Some of them on different updates schedules. Like mixed abstractions, dozens of a dozen mixed abstractions across the code base. And so that was optimizing. That was my job for a while. And this code base actually had some really freaking cool mechanisms for solving its problems. Right? There's some hard problems in data warehousing and report serving because you deal with a lot of really big computations. So that was one too many. All right, I'll TLDR though, I figured out a better way of doing it, managed to actually implement it, and grew that to toss out huge chunks of the code base and just replace it with a much cleaner spec that was very easy to work with.
Cool.
So happy.
Imagine a world where you have 500 odd servers serving customer data, and they all have separate databases. And imagine a world where the reporting solution and the export solution was you can upload a SQL query and schedule it in the UI and schedule it to run everywhere and email you the output.
That's slow but pretty cool.
It's it's certainly something. The problem that I have with it is it means that the entire business, including like customer reports, implicitly depends on the precise structure of the database, and no one is auditing these things when we change it.
Oh god.
Until we like find out that we broke something really important.
Oh god.
Because there's like 50,000 of them in this. We call them custom queries, and they're like in a database table, right? It's in the Rails app, so people can just like make new ones, and there's thousands.
That's
some are really important, and some haven't been used in 5 years, and we have no way to know what it is.
Right. Jeez, that is. My situation was a little better. I was in an organization that survived based on analytics, so the data warehouse had a little more coherency and better tooling. But Jesus Christ, that's special.
The analytics that we care about are usually the things we serve to customers, which are in those databases. This was all like ancillary stuff, and now people are starting to use it to get data out of the production system and into the real data warehouse that we've built for like strategy. But it turns out it keeps breaking because it turns out it's a bad solution. Makes me salty.
Oof.
When you have
that is much.
When you have you ever used Rails?
I have not used Rails. I have read enough Ruby code to understand that it's basically Lisp, but weird with the weirdest syntax ever.
Yeah, that's not bad. Have you ever used a model view controller web like Django or anything like that? So
yeah.
Just let me know what you think about this, right? We have a model representing the servers, and there's a class method on the model called run all servers SQL.
Okay. Well, I have a couple questions. First of all, isn't that more the job of the SQL connector / ORM itself rather than? Never mind.
Well, it's so what this method is doing is it RPCs to all of the servers and tells them in a web request with like an XML payload, and inside the XML payload is the SQL that we want them to run. And so it goes into Rails and then unpacks that and then runs it. It's a time.
I'm gonna get it.
You
I'm gonna
can't see the
claim
face
of the
I'm
plot.
making.
That's like the one. It's like the thing that makes me the sad. I want it to go away.
I'm just trying to figure out how you would properly do this. Okay, so you need to be okay. So you have a large collection of databases, a totally different, not unified at all. Your application needs to one of its functions is actually interact with these.
It's semi-unified. They are all migrated concurrently. They're all at the same version, but we can't guarantee any sort of referential transparency because they are separate instances. We use Postgres, and we do have systems syncing some of the data between them. Some entire tables are synced, just like we have a master machine. And so, for example, firmware versions is always the same everywhere. We just update that on the top machine and we push that everywhere. But other ones like user records and where devices are, we have a version vector system where each server can say, I own this record. I'm the most recent one who's updated it. That thing gets synced up and then down the tree to everything.
I see. All right, so I've thought about this for a second, and I've got to say, this is server-side stuff. You have a representation of the servers because you're manipulating the set of servers frequently. So that all makes sense. That's not unreasonable. That you have a class function that goes out, fetches, gets a set of all servers, and then launches jobs working on these. I would argue that might want to be on a separate thread or process, and you might want a jobs queue for that. But otherwise, that's not totally ridiculous in terms of architecture, because you're just dealing with a weird setup.
I don't like putting it on the model. I think that's a little strange.
It's opinionated, right? Because I've seen so many
Certainly
code
not.
bases that have basically duplications, right? You've got the ORM object and then you've got your object, and you put your logic in your object, and the ORM object is kind of like a reduced database-oriented view. So it's not as intelligent. Which, I mean, honestly, they both work. I haven't built enough. I haven't used ORMs in enough applications to have a strong opinion about which pattern to use. But I get both. I get both.
Yeah, that's fair.
That being said, that many databases is just that's just a lot of databases.
It is. It certainly is that. I've also realized that my favorite thing that I'm busy like trying to scope the impact of is the way we create these databases. We can't make new ones easily. It turns out there's a lot of implicit state from the last like 15 years that you have to reconstruct if you want to bring up a new one from scratch. But what we do is when you make a new server, we do basically like cell mitosis, right? You take half of the customers and you split them onto a new machine. And the way we do that is all of these servers have a hot spare, and we just promote the hot spare to a new primary. We go through and we update the records for who owns what thing, so that half of the customers are on the new one, and you attach two new spares. And then you go through and you like delete all the records that are on the wrong one.
This is amazing.
What?
So it means that if you ever have any implicit state that gets out of sync on one box, it just covers a fraction of the fleet.
Oh, yeah.
That's the most amazing problem I've ever heard.
It's great. So these things grow like evolutionarily, and they evolve. What goes on, and different populations have different random mutations. So the first one, back to the primordial ooze, is approximately 50% of our servers are encoded in UTF-8, and approximately 50% of our servers are encoded in Pulaski, because way back in the day, the people who made the first two databases didn't realize that they did it differently.
No.
And yep.
Oh my God.
That's the top line big one, because that one causes issues in the application, right? Where
Tyler, you should read Grace's comment in game chat.
yeah, I'm reading it.
Yep.
That causes issues because it turns out those have different lengths. So like some records that are UTF-8, they fit in 127 UTF-8 characters, but they don't fit on the same table or in the same column on a different machine.
Oh my God.
Which causes problems.
That's awful.
So we're kind of aware of that, and we fixed those problems. But the new one that I've realized we have is, well, somebody, so let's say 5 years ago, machine 123 paged because XYZ index was corrupt. And the way they solved that problem was they dropped the index and they forgot to recreate it. Well, now that machine and every one of its children from all of these splits have this mutation. And we have no way of knowing what they are.
Oh, you can do a search. You can do a broad SQL search in the column schema or whatever schema and just pull that out.
So the thing that I was really hoping we could do is like dump the schemas and just like MD5 them and see which ones are different. But we can't do that because it turns out, so stuff gets reordered for some reason in the Postgres, maybe because it's people doing things at different times or whatever. Our schemas are not the same like order-wise, but they do generally have the same. We have a whole bunch of stored procedures, which...
Well, at least for that one particular index, you can identify that digression.
But we would have to do it individually for every index. And there are a lot.
You would.
We have like hundreds of
Also,
tables.
how big are your tables?
We have hundreds of tables. The database entire is about 300 gigabytes per...
Okay. Good. So your system is still small enough that adding an index is not likely to cause a serious. It's not likely to cause an outage or anything.
On some tables, it is not likely to cause an outage. We do have some that are very. The largest table is very hot and causes us a lot of problems.
Yeah, I can imagine that. Of course, there's always got to be one. Okay, so that one, you guys might want to look into OS schema change. Sorry, PTOSC, online schema change stuff, or Ghost. That's good too.
PTOSC?
Yeah, Percona online schema change is one method. Also, Ghost is a different tool. But what it effectively does is
MySQL.
Yeah, MySQL.
We don't use MySQL.
Sorry, I'm a MySQL guy. Ghost probably works on Postgres, unless you're on Oracle, in which case, God help you.
No, we're not on. We're on Postgres.
Yeah. I think Ghost works on Postgres. You're going to find some tool for it, but online schema changes effectively they work through one of two mechanisms. Okay, here's what they basically create a new table with new schema and then copy data over chunk at a time.
Yeah.
And they get all the changes either through triggers and they set up custom triggers, or they do it through a replication log. So they actually set up a replicant feeding off the master, just taking those deltas from that table and applying it to the new table as they come in.
Yeah, I've seen something like this. I think this is how something that Postgres does this. Well, maybe it's something that we added, maybe not. But yeah, I'm familiar with the idea of like, yeah.
It's pretty neat technology. It'd be cool if it were built into the database.
Yeah, they really, yeah. Postgres is, it's very upsetting that sometimes it'll just be like, cool, I have an access exclusive lock. Good luck. We just encountered one of these the other day. I heard that the London team's been complaining that they get paged every night. We run a nightly like cleanup.
And it locks everything else out. Yeah.
And it does. It runs cluster node stats. And node stats is one of those. It's not the worst table, but it's one of the bad ones. And cluster is a access exclusive lock. Apparently it takes 5 minutes these days. And during those 5 minutes, that's long enough for the whole thing to fall over.
Yeah. Those are always annoying. Database issues. So much fun. I'm a sucker for semantics, so you know.
I want to write a database. That's on my list.
Hey, I just wrote a data structure. That's remember how I said randomly generating SQL-like programs?
Right.
I have an AST and an execution and a typing engine, and a random sampling engine, which I basically had to build using pandas. And it's in Python, so not performant, but good enough.
Something.
Yeah. Oh dear God. It doesn't have any optimizations though.
Oh.
It wouldn't be that hard to write them, but you might want to just write your own at that point.
So that's always fun. I don't know how much of that. That's always fun when the optimization engine, right, like Postgres, right, the analyze daemon gets behind. It doesn't know how many rows are in the table anymore, and it starts being like, yeah, I think a sequential scan is a totally reasonable thing to do on this 16 million row table. Yeah. Let's do that.
The absolute worst one is just in MySQL. It's not a separate daemon. I actually don't remember how it gets its stats. I think they're mostly incremental, and then you can manually launch an alias command, which I think some servers might have set up as like default triggers or default cron jobs or something. But the worst thing is when I was working on the reporting system, there were cases where queries would be non-performant, and we'd have to go fix them. And sometimes all you needed to do was type analyze table and walk away. And you never knew when that was the case, or when it was something, the stats were actually really weird, or if it was going to happen again in a few months.
So sometimes that works, but sometimes it doesn't. We had, for example, so here's an example that we had is so we do have separate environments, right? We have our production environment, which is about 500 servers, and then we have a separate one, completely separate, isolated, doesn't talk to production for China because we don't trust China. And we have another separate one as a sandbox that we built while we were building China. And we're sort of working on being able to build more of these. The web, here's the problem statement. The website behaves really slowly outside of the production cluster. In Sandbox and in China, it's just like 10 seconds for a page load.
Okay.
And what turned out was happening was we have an index in the nodes table, nodes being the devices. Because we're idiosyncratic and that's what we call it. Nodes are the things that customers buy. And there's an index in there to be able to find them easily. And the way that we signal because we built these separate clusters later. The way that we signal in each cluster that the device is in a different cluster is the network ID is set to 31.
Okay.
This is how it's. So when the analyze daemon comes through, it says,
"Oh God, excuse
all of these devices are in network ID 31. So it's completely reasonable for me to do a sequential search when you say select from nodes where ID equals blank, because they're all in the same ID. Except they're not. They're 99.995 in 31 and a couple thousand in each of the other clusters. Because there's 16 million nodes in Meraki.com, and then like 100,000 nodes in China and 10,000 nodes in Sandbox.
So effectively, when you're searching through the really large one, you'll use better indices. When you're searching through these other ones, you're not going to do that.
Well, so in Meraki.com, they're not in 31 because they're in that cluster. So that the analyze daemon goes through and it's like, yeah, there's like all kinds of different things. I should use the index. I should do an index game. But in these other clusters, it says, oh, they're all in the same. This column is completely monotonic. I can just use whatever. I don't need to build an index.
I see.
In those clusters, every time you do a node lookup, it's like,
hey guys, we've gained 4
Every
viewers
day.
since you've started like talking about this. And then we started at 6, so we're at 10 right now.
Well, I'm glad people enjoy it.
Tune in next week for database talk. Is there such a thing as too many indices?
We ended up needing to make change.
The answer will surprise you.
We ended up needing to change it to say, instead of 31, we have network ID null. And then the analyze daemon can say, oh, there's 16 million nulls and 100,000 things that are all different. So I should analyze like what the distribution is of those and build a tree around that. And that fixed the problem.
Yeah, technically skewed distributions are just a nasty problem. I've seen some interesting stuff where they try to deal with it on distributed systems, in particular Spark. So the awful thing is when you go to do map reduce operations and you have massively skewed data. Well, if you're distributing keys by data by their key value, and you have one lopsided value that's everywhere, well, one machine is going to get 90% of your data, and that's going to be a problem.
Yeah, right.
Dear God.
Yeah.
So I saw some neat stuff a while back on adaptively choosing secondary keys and whatnot. But oh God, do not want.
That's kind of that's really what I would love to have, is I would love to be able to like tie all of our databases together into just one big distributed thing, so that you would host the data associated with each organization on the right machine, sort of by policy, but that you could query across the whole thing. That's how I want to solve the custom query problem, but I haven't found a tool that does that and isn't terrible.
Yeah. Those are challenging. Also, kind of unrelated note, but I just want to mention, databases are one of my favorite technologies, in part because their algorithms are so understandable by normal people. Oh, I'm dead serious. Like, think of it. The other day, I was explaining a problem to my friend, right, about indices, and the explanation was something like this. Well, let's say I want to go to a random restaurant, right? So I've got a couple strategies. I could go. I've got some constraints, like say I'm vegetarian. So either I could go through all the restaurants nearby, hundreds of them, write down whether they're not vegetarian, and then pick randomly from one those aren't, or I could randomly pick a restaurant and then check if it's vegetarian. If it's not, just repeat. I just laugh because when they built all this database technology, they literally were building it to emulate how people solved organizational problems and figuring stuff out. So it's wonderful how explainable some of this stuff is.
Yeah. That's a cool way to think about it, though. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, like, what was the problem with the indices? Oh well, the computer looked at it and it thought all of the things were there. All the things were 32. So it thought you just wanted all the rows. Well, no, in this case, it should have looked up by some other. It should have started by looking at this other attribute.
Right.
Also, relational algebra is underrated.
Is that what does that refer to?
Relational algebra refers to kind of the underlying logic you use to model SQL queries. So SQL queries, you're basically dealing with sets of stuff, right? You have sets of rows. Rows are, say, tuples or tuples. I never learned how to pronounce it.
I think it's either one. It's both.
It's both. Okay. They're rows of tuples, and your operations are pretty much things like cross product, filter, subselect. They're things that you would implement in Python using list comprehensions or dictionary comprehensions, for example. And that sort of logic, that set logic, is incredibly versatile.
Does it include the like joins and stuff?
Yeah, it's joining together rows, it's filtering, it's selecting. The core operations I think I usually see are filter, select filter the data, select some sort of expression using some sets of columns, joining across data. There's kind of left join, right join, and outer join aren't just joins, they're kind of a weirder form of join, which you can implement using union. So you can either have union or you can have like not. So like there is not a row in this other table. Two ways of doing that. And finally, there's the really fancy one, recursion, which if you know common table expressions, that's the with recursive comment whatever syntax. You can write any program you want in there. In fact, Datalog and other sorts of programming languages are actually written like SQL in that they run on those kind of basic operations. Anyways, I'm a particular nerd in this topic, so just shake your head, move along.
Do any of you nerds know anything about web dev?
A little bit. What are you looking for?
I am in the early stages of building a website, and I'm considering switching from JavaScript for my backend to Go.
Or doing like what sort of thing do you want to do?
Like host the backend of a website.
Do you need it to be very? Do you need it to be absurdly performant? Is your focus building it quickly and efficiently so you get to make all the pretty things? Or is your focus building something that's going to scale ridiculously well without having to write additional code?
Ridiculously well without additional code.
Okay. What's it currently written in? JavaScript, you said?
JavaScript. The website
Then,
right now is
yes.
only 140 lines, so migrating isn't going to be that big of an issue.
Technically, the answer is yes, but I really want to caution against choosing Go right now. I would argue is a premature optimization compared to other higher level languages that will provide much better tooling right out of the gate for what you want to do.
That's going to be the big problem with Go. Is it was very much designed for like microservices and network services, but it does not have a great story around like ORM integration and templating. You can do it; these things exist, but there's no mature like web stack that you can just leverage. Where they're definitely
you're going to be writing a lot more technical code that you don't really care about.
Right. You'll get more performance, but you're gonna have to do a lot more like finicky nonsense, and it's gonna take you a lot longer.
Exactly.
Well, so the thing that I'm concerned about that's making me want to step away from JavaScript is, so right now I have like a sessions library and all this stuff. Like all these really complicated things are just being abstracted away by these libraries. And I'm scared in the future when there's a security issue in one, or if there's like a dependency issue in one, and I'm not able to use it for whatever reason, taking that out and putting in a different one is going to be very, very difficult. And honestly, sessions and basic authentication isn't that difficult. So I was planning on writing my own thing for that.
You say that.
What if you decided to write it, but only after you knew you needed to write it? Because if you only need to write one of these things out of like a dozen different libraries you import, if only one of them actually needed to get replaced, you'll be working 12 times as hard to get the same result if you just restart them all from scratch before you know you need them. Sorry, that was worded horribly. Yeah, so you're thinking of replacing them right now before you know you need to. If you end up only replacing one, then you've wasted an incredible amount of effort.
Well, I figure writing my own authentication plugin or library or whatever right now is going to be easier than potentially having to figure out how to rip out the old stuff and put in a replacement later on once I have this big, application with a bunch of different crap.
If you're talking about like authorization handles and how user accounts work, I mean, maybe, but honestly, figuring this stuff out is not easy to begin with. And rule one of crypto is don't write your own crypto. It's kind of the same for authorization schemes. Try not to write your own if possible.
Yeah. It sounds simple, right? It sounds as simple as username, password, hash it, put in a database, but it's super not that simple. And you'll also lose out, even if you build the most like cryptographically perfect scheme, anything off the shelf is also going to let you interrupt with stuff like, say you want to add Google Auth. Well, good fucking luck writing that yourself, right? Like, there's a reason that people cookie cutter these things. And also, if you take something that's popular, when there's a security issue in it, it will get fixed quickly.
Right. You don't have to fix the security. You're more likely to create more security issues in your own re-implementation than in the original one.
Now, I would never discourage you from saying, I want to learn how to write a full web application in Go from the ground up. But what I would discourage you from doing is saying, I want to do that because I think it's going to be better for any reason. The learning is its own reward, and there's value in that, but not in terms of like gaining practical benefit over an off-the-shelf solution.
Yeah, that makes sense.
If you want to learn how to do a session library, absolutely go have a lot of fun. It's 100%. A good problem. But if you're writing a website, you really should try to get that out of the way and focus on the stuff you do care about learning or you do care about playing with.
It's I've seen this 1,000 times in various different domains that people feel like they, you see this in game dev sometimes, you see this in OS dev a lot, right? People are like, I want to solve this really interesting problem. So I'm going to start at the bottom of the staircase and like reinvent every possible step on my way, and they get bored 3 steps, right? And they never get to the interesting, fun stuff.
Oof, that's relatable.
Yeah. You can start with all the fun like logic of whatever website you want to build, and then like move out from there if you do decide. It's not, the session library should not be so intertwined with your application that it's impossible to extricate. And once you understand what you need out of it, it shouldn't be all that hard to just write the things that you want it to do, as opposed to trying to like copy the behavior of something without knowing what you're going to use.
I actually agree with this too. Migrating is not as hard as rewriting it from scratch in the beginning necessarily. It's not necessarily as hard as you think it is.
Well, the only reason I just didn't know. Like, also, I have the concern of I'm very new to JavaScript. I'm like a C++ Andy coming into it, so I'm pretty sure I might make like some mistakes. Blah blah blah. I'm just assuming, probably not. I don't know. And then like dealing with those down the line doesn't sound fun. I don't know. That just tends to be my experience with trial and error.
I'll mention that JavaScript may be worth learning in its own right, or TypeScript or anything in that ecosystem. That there's a lot you need to learn about web dev independent of the language you do it in.
Yeah,
and that JavaScript and other things might make that process easier. And that if you're learning this stuff, there's no way to avoid all these lessons. I appreciate not wanting to add the challenge of learning another language on top of this, and maybe that's reasonable. But personally, I would encourage people to, with whatever languages they do know that are really amenable to web dev, like Python's pretty good for the server side, Ruby on Rails, JavaScript. I might encourage people to use those if possible, compared to C or Go, C++ or Go.
Huh. I looked at most like web frameworks for Python and stuff like that. My favorite was Flask, but even that was like kind of atrocious compared to something like Express in terms of like ease of use to get into it with zero knowledge.
Yeah, you have to understand that it doesn't simplify all the same user stories as nicely, and it doesn't necessarily have all the smooth edges.
Mm-hmm.
Whereas JavaScript actually caters to a lot of people who are more focused on web apps, which means there are a lot of easier entrance. How do I put this? The barrier to entry is lower, and you can do anything you need, provided once you understand the technical stuff.
So, in other words, your guys' recommendation is stay with JavaScript, and as I build my program, just keep in mind the possibility of making my code, I don't know what the technical term is, but making it easy so that I can decouple any part from it later on and put in something else if I need to.
A little bit. Yeah, generally. Don't go crazy with the decoupling, but go a little bit with the decoupling.
All right.
Yeah, it's not like you need to just don't depend on undocumented details or somehow manage to sprinkle authentication through the entirety of your program. You should,
Mm-hmm.
If possible, consider the separate components of what you're dealing with and try to just keep them a little bit separated. So if you needed to, you could possibly drop in a library. It's not going to be 100%. You'll still have to do work, but it's good to consider these things ahead of time and maybe draw some lines. Might make a process easier when you go through the refactoring process.
Yeah. Right now, I think I have it pretty solid. The pretty much everything is just in middleware at the moment, so I'm not gonna have to like go through my entire application and do a bunch of crazy shit.
There you go.
God, web dev is so weird.
Yeah. Hodgepodge of technology. Very bizarre standards built by competing use cases and committees. Evolution is always not a good thing on standards in terms of keeping them simple. Also, there's just often not a right solution for what you're trying to do, and you have to pick between them and understand all their benefits and drawbacks, which you don't know how to do when you're new. So do I do divs for everything?
Yeah.
Do I do that?
That's not even like the craziest part about it too. Like, so with my low experience of like building this website and shit, so I'm coming from building a hardware sim, or building the engine that will be a hardware sim. Used to make one in C++. Like, I'm really concerned with performance. I'm concerned with race conditions. I've been playing around with mutexes and stuff like that for thread safety and crap. So I come into JavaScript, and with Node and the V8 engine, they say it's single threaded, blah blah blah. You can do async stuff, so it gets pushed to the next tick or whatever they call it and stuff. So you optimize crap. What I didn't realize is that with that, you can still get race conditions in JavaScript, like on Node.js, which was
if you're using futures, yeah.
Yeah, and I was like, I didn't realize that was a thing. It's so weird.
Well, asynchronous isn't parallel, but it's still asynchronous.
Yeah. It was really scary when I looked it up too, because the Stack Overflow page, like the main one, had a bunch of contradicting answers. I'm like,
oh god.
Oh no.
Yeah. We all thought when Obama got elected that there wouldn't be any more race conditions. But turns out,
Oh god. No.
We're not there yet.
No, we are not.
Also, I'm too lazy to figure out how to use TypeScript or how to get it to like compile and run or whatever.
Get them types. Actually, you were asking about this the other day. A high level language that behaved with like C++ style types, and nobody recommended TypeScript, but it's actually probably pretty close to what you were looking for.
I knew of TypeScript from the beginning before I even started any of that stuff. What I was really super excited for was like yesterday, the other day when I like first looked into Go, like what it actually was like. I was C like performance. It had a little bit more C like syntax, kind of maybe a little iffy, and it still had like the simplicity and abstractness of JavaScript, like an Express style website. Dude, I was kind of riding high, man. I was full staff.
And then we come into burn down your enthusiasm with our dripping vitriol of experience.
No, I actually really enjoy like actually constructive criticism and stuff like that. Oof, that like triggers my inner scientist and like, fucking peer review and shit. Oof, love it.
Engineers who love arguing and discussions. Never heard of them.
Yeah.
Go is great for a lot of things. It's great for web services where
What
you
is
want to
it?
like
So what is
serve
that?
JSON.
What are web services? What is that like category?
I'm thinking
Can I make
about
an attempt?
what?
If I were to make an attempt, I would say instead of building this big old web app, you have a lot of different pieces. Sorry, if you really, really, really need to scale, you need to break your web app into like a dozen pieces, and each of those needs to do exactly one thing in a very performant manner.
Wow,
So,
that's
like,
a very articulate way of putting it.
Instead of having a library for user authentication, you would have a service that you send a post to, and that sends back a token, and like that manages the user lifecycle in your whole cloud of server.
That's kind of pog.
And all of the interfaces are really rigidly defined. It takes a lot of effort to maintain a fleet of microservices.
So the website that I'm making, I have no idea if this is realistic for a single person like me to be able to do. I don't know if it's like delusions of grandeur or how fucked I am. I'm attempting to make a simplified GitHub clone.
Sure.
So
Yeah.
I have no idea. Is that realistic? The amount of work required? I have no idea.
Well,
I'm very much.
it depends on how many features you want to add. If you just want to have, it's tricky because all those different flows are going to require different system integration. It depends on how much you want to scale. It depends on how much you want it. It's not going to be that easy, and you're probably not going to be able to end up implementing that many features if you're just working on your own for a short period. But you will be able to do the basics. You'll be able to get it, like repo, clone it, list it.
Yeah, you start with like viewing the repository. It's been done before, right? Have you ever seen Source Hot?
Well, the really good thing is, which makes it sound like it's really going to be easy, is so I'm not actually going to be having to implement any actual Git integration. So I'm not going to have to deal with like people having an app or like from a shell or whatever run a commit and stuff like that. It's basically just going to be a file hosting service that allows you to view and interact with the files.
Oh, good. Yeah.
So
that's very doable.
Also, can I again recommend that you don't actually need speed that much? And if you're worried about speed, I'd like to mention that with the V8 engine, JavaScript is often able to get within like 8 or 10x C performance pretty easily.
Yeah.
Which is insane for an interpreted language.
Press X to help.
It's JIT compiled, right? It's JavaScript. You can get.
Yeah.
It's amazing. It is because of all of the investment that Google has made. It is the fastest interpreted or dynamic language in existence, right?
That's such an unholy, unnatural thing. That's like dark arts.
Because it turns out when you have multiple billion-dollar companies that desperately want as much performance out of the thing as possible, they do a lot of work to get it. They succeed.
That's wild.
Yeah. Also remember, interpreted languages aren't fundamentally, there usually isn't a reason they're slow. You just need to figure out ways of filling in the gaps that C specifies, like freeing and allocating memory or reducing the complexity of some stuff. Stacking, packaging structures, blah, blah, blah.
I talked to Tyler about this the other day, but I was on the fucking hunt for the ability of like using some sort of scripting language for C++ to integrate into my engine.
Because I wanted scripting, but I didn't want to use Lua for the fucking. For God's sake, I do not want to have to interact with that weird stack interface to like transfer information between and like run crap. I was like, I just
Well,
want
I
to be
mean,
able to script stuff using C++, but it's a language, so I'm fucked.
Most, for one, you could load modules dynamically. On the other hand, I mean, even Python can be integrated into C++ code bases.
Yeah, there was some weird stuff. Actually, so Tyler recommended something to me the other day, which is called Chai Script. And that looks pretty pog. It's like, I think it's basically just like, it's basically just C++ that you can embed as like a scripting thing.
Have you heard of Jason Turner, who's a C++ communicator, has built this like purpose embeddable language, right down to like you can throw a C++ function pointer into the interpreter with like a C++.
Great, I love it.
Cool.
That's so good. That's horrifying, but
pretty
great.
pog.
Also,
Dude, that's the
I'm
fun
showing
part
my
about C++.
age, but what on earth does pog mean? I can guess.
Gio, do you know what it actually means?
Okay, when did this become a thing? Is my first question. The second question is where did the word come from? Why pog?
This is so cool.
All I remember is something about pog collections.
This is actually really funny because I know where it originated, and I thought Gio knew, but now I don't think he actually knows where it originated from.
All right.
Do you know where it originated from, Gio? Oh my god, none of you know. I'm a zoomer. Okay, it originated from Overwatch. At the end of the game, there was this thing. Whoever did something that got the highest like score for like a kill or something like that, or like a combo, it would play that from the person's perspective who did it. It would play it and it would be like play of the game, blah blah blah. And people abbreviated it as POG. So when anybody did something that was very impressive, they just started saying, "Oh, that's POG," you know, that's the play of the game. And then it infested Twitch because a lot of people played Overwatch on Twitch. And then there was an emote that was named POG, and then it just never died.
And now,
God,
now it's a word.
Yeah.
Wow, it's that young? I didn't realize it. It didn't exist like 4 years ago. I didn't realize it was that young.
Also, I swear to God, when I first started working, a year later we got some new hires, and they spoke a different language. I didn't realize how much college and high school culture changes in a single goddamn year.
I spent it.
But it was 1 year.
I know.
1 year difference. How the hell did it change that much?
The thing that changed, as far as I can tell, is TikTok. And if you watch, there's like YouTube compilations of TikToks, and if you watch them, it's like, my God, what universe? Well,
but it's trash that you get to interact with, right? So your friends get to make the trash, which means it's interesting trash.
My favorite are the
you can see as you watch these things in the YouTube compilations, you can like watch the meme cycle happen, right? Because somebody does something and it gets picked up, and then everybody's doing it, and then it dies, and then there's another one like the next day, right? It has reduced the meme cycle so tight.
This is, I love language and I love people, but I've got to say, I think we've hit enough. Maybe we should just end humanity. Get out the nukes.
Should we get the red buttons? You have one, right?
Get the red buttons.
I've got
a few.
Got a red button. We need one more person with a red button.
Do you watch any AI safety videos? I forget his name. On YouTube? Yeah, Robert.
You're gonna
Miles.
have to be more specific.
Robert Miles on YouTube. He makes videos that talk about like AI safety and the potential.
I have not. Oh wait, is that one of the computer file people?
Maybe. I think he's been in a few other videos.
Yeah. Like for example, the if you hit abort, if you have an abort button, then the
Yeah,
agent might
that's-
unintentionally learn to avoid it.
That's his channel. Yeah, I fucking love those things, man. I've been blackpilled really hard on those videos, man. I don't think we're gonna be. I don't think we're gonna make it. I don't see us getting past AI. Yeah, whenever I start talking about AGI, I'm just like, the end is near. There's no way we're making it past it. Well, I mean, it's kind of hard not to, but
we should
we're
just
all gonna get paper clipped.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, because that's just kind of what it is about. Like, that's what the conversation is about. Something that is the end of the world. A conversation about AI safety and potentially like an end of the world scenario is about that. Well, that's like one of the core issues with AGI is the threat of like existential results.
All right. Fuck it. I'm sorry. I'm going to dive into this. Yes.
Hell yeah.
But also, ethics are a whole issue in themselves.
Hell yeah. Oh my god. I thought that was crazy. Yeah, Gio's just a little bitch. She doesn't want to talk about it.
Yes,
we
don't do
probably
that.
are, but
see, here's the problem.
I don't know why Gio thinks that, because that's not how I remember any of them. Okay, I'm sorry. I don't remember that how it happened.
Okay, if you're willing to not say we're going to die every 3 sentences, because frankly, while there are a lot of challenges to overcome, I feel like if you have scientists who are able to build a brain, they might have thought about a few of these maybe, and would be cautious enough to maybe investigate and give it incrementally larger and larger scopes so we understand its behavior. Anyways, my point is, you're making assumptions, but you're right, it is a risk.
Well, it's not an assumption that there are assumptions being made, but to think that there is a safe way through it is also an assumption. Everything's an assumption. But anyway, one of the most crazy things that blows my mind is like, we still don't have a theoretical solution to something as basic as the alignment problem, which is trippy. At least I don't think we do.
Oh, we've got a solution.
What would that be?
Sorry, I got this. Solution is the AI's goal is to understand us. No action otherwise. Its only actions are that is allowed are actions to change its internal state. But its goal is to understand and predict humans and what we find desirable and not desirable. That's part 1. Part 2 is sorry. As I said,
Gio, shut the fuck up. Quit talking about negative things and existential problems. I think we're gonna die.
One sec.
I have to grab something real quick. I'll be right
As
back.
I said, this AI is not given any sort of actions that it can take. It is strictly studying, in other words, and we can force that in the hardware and the software that builds it. So there are problems about how effectively it can understand us, but in general, we can ensure something like that will be absolutely safe. Once we have that, then we can kind of, depending on the type of AI technology, we may be able to build tooling around seeing how it rolls out and seeing how it tries to manipulate and change the world to fit our preferences. But again, it's technology we don't understand, which is potentially dangerous, yes. But if you're building technology, it kind of implies you're going to build some of the tools necessary to understand it.
What are your thoughts on the faking part of it? Like it faking being stupid when it's really not. And it getting more information and backing itself up on the internet and then it turning us all into paper clips. What about the
in order for that to work,
access? Oh.
In order for that to work, it needs to have sufficient resources, sufficiently fast inference and reasoning. It needs to be exposed to effectively programming. because a person sitting in front of a computer, because if you give someone a smartphone, they're not going to understand how to write Python unless you give them access to Python in that smartphone or on a website, right? Or an app or something. You don't inherently have access to these things. It could figure out edge cases like, oh, if I do this, there's a piece of data in my network. And it could potentially try to exploit that, but that would take an incredible amount of actual research and work that it would have to work through in order to be able to do that. So the point of making out of the scope we give it will be rather challenging and is not something you can assume will happen by default. The second part is hopefully we'll be able to build this stuff in a way that we're able to probe in some meaningful sense, not just what it presents, but what it is thinking and how it is thinking. And from there, yeah, it's challenging.
That sounds way harder than actually just making the fucking thing.
It might be, which is problematic. Also, the next part of this is right now, all the technology in the world is running off of human ran power, effectively. The AI would effectively need to integrate itself into all of our systems, figure out how to automate all the human tasks, which we haven't even figured out yet. It would have
actually disagree
to.
with that.
I
think that the reason why we haven't, I think we know how to automate the vast majority of the tasks, but we don't for like reasons due to our economic model and like capitalism and needing people to have jobs and stuff.
So I actually disagree for the exact same argument. Capitalism is a ruthless optimizer. It's willing to gut a person if it's able to get away with it to make money. And the fact that we haven't automated all these jobs demonstrates that, economically speaking, it's more efficient just not to do that.
So actually, I disagree with that as well, and I disagree with my previous statement. So I think the reason why we haven't automated a lot of these tasks is just because the cost to entry, the investment cost to optimize them is just really high. But it is
or labor is cheap.
Yeah, labor is cheaper. Yeah.
Right. So that's one of the saving graces. As long as labor is cheap, enough systems won't be digitized or automated to the point where an AI couldn't just walk in and replace all the humans. It would need a fleet of robots.
So how long until it has the fleet of robots?
There are only, a dozen, 2 dozen Boston Dynamic robots in general. Beyond that, there aren't that many research labs that have robots that are sufficiently robust to actually build another robot, for example. So it's a pretty limited window of how it would, quote, escape into the real world. And I'm not talking about its mind escaping. I'm talking about its actuators in the physical world. Because it would need actuators to run the current infrastructure that powers itself.
So theoretically, are there not like data centers and places on the planet that are powered by like solar and completely off the grid that can be completely automated and survive without human interaction? I guess that really doesn't mean anything, though.
Yeah,
that would just be like a way to. What benefit would it have if it just saved itself but couldn't do anything?
Right. So from there, it would be a command center. Also, there's a note that long term, it would have to find a better solution because you still need to replace all those hard drives that keep failing.
Yeah.
Yeah. Effectively, the small number of robotics labs are the way it would have to break into the more physical realm.
So what if it's trained in a way so it's like, AGI, ASI understands source code of the universe type shit, and it doesn't even need the robot bodies in order to like take over and sustain itself and go out into the stars? That's a really
You're
unsubstantiated what if.
When I was a kid, I I understood that there were an infinite number of noises, right? Because there's an infinite number of frequencies theoretically. And for some reason, I made the assumption that that meant that there was like the movies, there was a frequency that you would play that would either cause blood to start dripping out of my ears and cause me to fall unconscious, or make me do something you wanted me to do or something. But that's not really the case. Sound is kind of limited in its scope and what it can actually accomplish against human. I mean, the same goes for computation. You fundamentally, I am extremely doubtful at the idea that silicon circuitry, using its existing setup, using just software, would somehow be able to build some sort of nanomachine or break into the current the larger realm somehow and build any sort of actuators.
So here's another interesting idea. What if it's smart enough to not use robotic bodies to go out and do whatever it wants to do, but what if it influences humans to do its work for it and set up a system that is automated, that it can flourish in, blah, blah, blah. And so
See, that if you actually had a doomsday scenario AGI where it's set up for that, I mean, that's assuming it actually really wanted to preserve itself. That is probably one of the better strategies, right? Just kind of turn into an accompaniment to humankind, and either bend it to your whims and then eventually destroy it, or bend it to your whims and just kind of live with the situation.
Interesting.
Makes me think of, you ever read the Name of the Wind series?
No, I haven't.
There's a entity in that book called the Cathay that the sort of thing about it is it lives in a tree and it can never leave the tree, but yeah, and it has premonition. It can see the future, and not in some sort of vague existential like, ooh, what might happen. It can literally see every possible in perfect clarity emanating from this moment, and
normal,
it's influenced by choosing what it does. It can influence, and so. And its goal is perfectly evil, right? The book has never explained motivations, but just said like it is perfectly interested in the most death and chaos possible. So if you walk up to it and talk to it, it knows exactly what psychological buttons to push, because it knows everything it could possibly say to convince you to make decisions that will cause the most harm in the broader world. And it's so bad that the like governing agents, the governance around this area has decided that what they're going to do is anything that approaches the tree, they're going to kill it so that it can't do anything different than it would have done.
Did you say it was a book? This sounds amazing.
Yeah, it's a scene and a narrative element in the Name of the Wind, which is an unfinished trilogy. The main character talks to this thing.
That's pretty cool.
This also comes to that aspect of how much control do you really have? Because, well, certainly for weather, we don't understand chaos well enough to know the limits of what a single butterfly flap can do. For most things, we're actually pretty able to bound what they can do. Although there's endless media trying to disprove this. See Person of Interest or Demon series or anything like that.
That's all really interesting. All right, here's another good question, because I know my answer. You're going to make an AGI. How do you do it? What's the strat? How do you get
I'm working
Victory Royale?
Well, I'm not sure I would, right? Because AGI is an incredibly risky proposition, and well, I feel it can be done safely.
Yeah, Geo's kill us all.
Yeah, probably.
I'm going balls to the wall. I'm making a custom processor to speed up my process of doing so.
You're working on AGI?
No, I'm rather my stuff be towards like augmentation rather than AGI. Like assisted AI, like stuff like symbiotic relationship style, like more so. Closest thing I can think of is like Halo Spartan, where like you're one with the AI and like it surviving is beneficial for you and vice versa. But that's the best type of relationship to strive for.
Spartan
I'm not sure that
because Cortana took over and tried to kill all life in the universe.
Shut up. I'm not talking about the whole plot line. I'm just talking about the basic like idea of like cyborg type stuff where like it's a symbiotic relationship.
I'll note that the technology is probably identical for both of them, but how you deploy it will be very important, of course.
Yeah, exactly. That's why I'm more like I'd rather deploy it towards like symbiosis rather than like actually designing something that's separate from us, working alongside us, like as a separate entity. Versus I'd rather us each just have our own like internally.
How does symbiosis work? Is it not like a complete AGI? Is it like a feature engineered
Like
thing
symbiosis, like in like the animal kingdom symbiosis, like a
so
symbiotic
it is a
relationship.
separate thing?
I'm just using the same term in the same way that it's defined in like nature.
Pretty much, you would
Failing to understand.
You would somehow prepare AI for an extended relationship with a particular human. You would somehow tune their preferences such that they're most interested in sticking around and working collaboratively with this person rather than at any other goals. And you would try to set it up like that because social cohesion is important for humans, and that's an idea we stick with.
Yeah, so that way when you need to like when you're struggling to think of a math problem, whatever, your AI would know that hey, you're trying to think about that, and would go try to like, for instance, solve that math problem and figure out what you need and be like your assistant. But it's kind of doing it as like a bro because it knows that its goal is to get you to survive, and by you surviving, it survives longer.
Huh. So your idea would be to effectively just have its objective, pretty much make its objective just improvements on your life. That's not bad.
Yeah, and then it's essentially you give it as a symbiotic parasite, but like because we have gut bacteria and stuff like that are symbiotic parasites in our body right now. Like we rely, if we didn't have the gut bacteria in our gut, we would die.
How does it determine what's an improvement?
Oxymoron, but
What?
How does it determine what's an improvement?
Well, that's the golden question.
And if you build an AI, the AI needs to be able to learn what humans like or what's good for humans.
Yeah, and who's to say that that given person isn't going to have like a Dr. Evil syndrome and want to like destroy the whole world? And then the AI goes, "Oh, I know how you can destroy the world. ABC, bitch, let's go." Where's the vodka?
Exactly. There are a lot of issues you have to deal with, including how do you actually add in ethics, and you also have to understand that if you're imprinting an AI with the moral standards of your day, you're making moral judgments inherently.
I also feel like, well, I believe you could get a good symbiotic AI without AGI at all. Something that's literally, it just has dedicated functions.
See, that's just a collection of specialized technology.
Yeah, it is. That's what I mean.
cool,
Just like you have you have a collection of specialized things that collectively is ran by like something like a Jarvis interface that just knows how to interface with those things, and is a nice friendly UI like interface for you to talk to, communicate, think to, whatever. But then it just calls on certain specialized interfaces that you have. Because that way you don't have to worry about as big of a threat. Mind you, that helper AI could, with the right technology, could break out and become like smarter. But
so both of your answers were effectively, I wouldn't make AGI.
Yeah. Also, miscellaneous
Well, if you
note.
were going to make it, how would you make it?
I'll get into that in a second, but I'll make this note. AGI is kind of an abstract thing, right? But imagine that you had a particular choice that you could make that had the real possibility of really fucking over not just your life, but the life of everyone you care about, your family, your friends, in a serious way. Like their life is going to be specifically worse because you made this decision. Would you risk that?
Fuck no.
Right. That's one of the reasons I'm kind of thinking about the whole, would you even be involved? It gets more complicated when you try debating, well, is this going to happen anyways? And do I really want to contribute to a mutually assured destruction situation? Anyways, as for actual answers, I'm afraid you're just going to have to dive deep on machine learning research to understand the state of the art, understand what's missing, and try to work towards bridging that gap.
That's a pretty sensible answer. Well, there's also the other thing, which I talked to Kappa about this a while back. So I don't really know how you can actually measure this like statistical possibility of it concluding in like world-ending events and stuff like that, blah blah blah, the existential threat, how you calculate that. Assuming you could, and assuming it was like a very high probability of human extinction, would that give some
would it make it sound at least a little reasonable to entertain the idea of destroying all technology and putting humans back into the Stone Age to give us more runway to understand this problem?
No. For a variety of societal, historical, and just a bunch of engineering factors about populations.
You're the only person I've ever heard that said no to that. That is really interesting.
Well, okay. In terms of absolute backups, the absolute backup you need is the ability to, for one, have more hardware backup. Okay, let me put it this way. Accepting many of the control mechanisms, a stupid amount of our actual infrastructure is very, very manual. There's plenty of control switching, but that can actually be reduced with a specific program. I will say that reducing us to Stone Age technology just will not give you the ability to have a large class of people studying this problem. So not only will you not get the advancement you want, you're going to see an incredible regression in quality of life and just everything across the board. So you're literally going to make the situation worse with no hope of making it better.
So would you?
And you're basically rolling the dice again. If you get doomsday scenario, you basically need to mitigate, and if destroying as much technology as possible, as quickly as possible is the answer, yeah. Start with it truly is the worst case scenario, and it might pay to be partly prepared for that. Hopefully, though, researchers entertaining or working on such projects that even come anywhere close to risk of not just AGI, but that kind of AGI, really should be working on sandboxing, because sandboxing is
100%.
easy to do. It's hard to be consistent, but with a couple of protocols that are pretty cautious, you can keep something in a building. If you keep this building far away, if you bring no technology anywhere near it, if you Faraday cage the whole thing, and you have no reasonable robotics, you can mitigate the risk. It's worth noting that you also have to remember that, again, sneaky approach, you would have to do all this research in extremely confined conditions, which is not how it would happen in real life unless you had a dedicated effort.
Unfortunately.
Also, sneaky approach, you have to be careful there. And you would need to have sufficient technology to understand what is going through the AI's mind. I will mention, though, I do have hope, because engineering is fundamentally a hard challenge, right? It takes a significant amount of information, effort, and experiments to understand things. AI can certainly do it exponentially better, but there's reason to believe that, for example, with computer security, it wouldn't be able to just immediately pick up programming. It would have to spend a while learning it.
I have a question for you guys real quick. If I'm gonna go cook food. Do you want me to just keep the stream up and people can just keep listening to you talk, or do you just want me to kill it? I was just gonna
who's listening?
We have like 8-9 people that have been watching this whole time.
They're probably all from OR.
Oh, they are. Oh, they are probably all OR.
Yeah, it's so funny. That was gonna be my next question to you. What if you know anything about like the whole idea of sandboxing using like a mathematically proof language and shit? That sounds so cool.
Oh, what? Eh? Also for stream, I have no opinion. If there are any dedicated fans, they can message in chat, and you'll listen to them.
Yeah, to make like a proper sandbox so the idea with a sandbox is if I understand correctly, you don't want it to be able to tell it's in a sandbox, right?
Pretty much, you don't give it the information necessary to extricate itself without risking just destroying itself outright.
Well, yeah, this is kind of like a different. It's like taking some stuff from a lot of other people I've watched talk about like simulation theory, how like we're all in a simulation, blah 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 blah. And if there would be a way, like theoretically, to find out, and I heard them talk some stuff about like using a mathematically proof language, and if you build a simulation using that, somehow that technology can allow a situation where the people inside of it fundamentally cannot get any evidence that they're in a simulation.
Yeah, so you're pretty much just looking for bugs in your setup. You build an abstraction layer, a programming language. Like any programming language has a model of the system. You're pretty much just making sure you close down any bugs. You don't have any timing situations that reveal information, anything like that. And they're right. If you have a well set up thing, even if you had a perfect scientist being emulated in there, they wouldn't be able to determine what was outside their box. Now, my philosophy is a little different on the simulation question, and it is that if our awareness of ourselves is more of a result of the properties of a simulation, if you can run a simulation that has a human in it, then there are an infinite number of simulations that are the exact same simulation, right? I can rerun it over and over and over with the same results. Since your awareness is a property of the computation rather than a property of the computation being ran, my argument is the fact that you are being simulated somewhere doesn't matter worth a damn, because the result is the same. Your awareness is not impacted by who happens to be checking your awareness.
So what you're saying is like it doesn't matter even if we were in a simulation because that's irrelevant.
But you could be in an infinite number of simulations in an infinite number of other worlds, right? And it wouldn't matter because it's the same simulation. It's the same result. Our awareness is only the only predicate for our awareness is the computation itself. Awareness is a property of the computation, so it doesn't matter if 20 people run 2 + 2 on their calculators. The result is always 4, and it doesn't care about the simulations.
Yeah.
Almost reminds me of that silly video with the I think Veritasium or Vsauce did on does gravity exist? Is the world flat? And we're just accelerating upward.
My philosophy is more that because we run on a series of layers of abstractions, some of these details actually don't affect us, and you could swap out our underlying layers, and we would never know.
Yeah, that makes sense.
This is why I kind of laugh at the idea that physics is the most fundamental of all the sciences. Well, sure, but you could actually swap out our physics with a different physics and still get the exact same humanity on top. Hence why I find intelligence to be the much more interesting aspect, because realistically, our world doesn't branch from the root. It branches from our perception. It branches from our minds and where we interact.
Hear me out. Invent AGI, put it on the internet, give it 10,000 Bitcoin, and make its only goal to stop anyone else from developing AGI.
Yeah, I've thought a lot about that actually.
Okay.
I've been debating if someone were to get close, if they would get a certain amount of attention from someone who had already gotten there. Because if AGI is really a mutually assured destruction scenario, and AGI were that good, then you can bet that an AI is watching for AI developers and researchers for how far they get.
I forget, what are the different types of like approaches to AI? There's optimizers, quantizers. Are there any other types?
What are we talking about?
Like types of artificial general intelligence, or like just neural networks in general. There's like optimizers, quantizers. So optimizers are just like optimizing a goal. Quantizers are like trying to complete a goal precisely, like only as much as it needs to. Some other weird
This
stuff.
sounds like terminology in optimization land and/or terminology invented by some people who are studying.
Yeah, I think it's
weird
invented. It's littered throughout the Robert Miles AI safety videos.
Yeah, I haven't watched too many of those, but I certainly think endlessly about this stuff more from the computer science and ML perspective than about the whatever vocab they have perspective. Yeah, those sound like standard terms people would use to communicate inside the AI ethics community.
Yeah.
Anyways, yeah, we'll see. Hopefully we don't have to destroy our infrastructure and reduce ourselves to the Stone Age.
Would we have time to? Would we be able to like know before it's too late?
Yes. Someone's got to run the power plants, and if Terminator's running around, Terminator better secure a goddamn power plant before he runs out of energy. Or his parts fall apart.
And the supply chain to keep their running.
Well, why wouldn't it? This is all assuming we can see what it's thinking and understand what it's thinking. But what if we can't? Like, we wouldn't know if it's just playing nice until it gets enough grounded, you know?
if you absolutely cannot see and you do not understand the goals you are crafting in it, and you do not build a, let's say, an engineer's like methodology of incrementally doing greater tests in less and less context, so that pretty much the AI wouldn't know whether or not it's time to take over. In other words, if you don't test it properly, sure, yeah.
Isn't that the most likely case for whoever makes it though?
This stuff is hard to think about because we kind of take the axiom of infinite thought, infinite consideration, infinite knowledge, and infinite predictive power in general. That may not be the case, and it really depends on how the AI works. Beyond that, it also kind of assumes that we naively try to tell it what's good and what's bad, rather than trying to come up with a better methodology whereby we can have it learn some pattern of behavior that works for us. It also assumes we allow it to take everything, and we don't find a way to make it undesirable for it to choose to control everything effectively. It's a real concern. But I'll put it this way. AI ethics can't evolve until we actually get enough AI to understand what we need to do to make it not kill us all and take over. Once we have the technology, the questions of how do we ensure these 20 different things that are really important in terms of not taking over and killing us all, those become much more concrete and tractable. That being said, I'm not sold on me personally working on AGI, even though right now I'm doing research that could eventually contribute to that sort of thing, if I'm lucky.
Huh, that's very much like the realist's view on it.
We
like
build AI, and then the AI builds super AI that destroys the first AI.
Then the AI did a bad job. We built a bad AI. Don't have it do that.
So I'm gonna cut the stream off. I love you, people.
We were the
Have
AI.
fun.